Good evening and welcome to tonight's public meeting of the 2019 New York City Charter Revision Commission. I'm Gail Benjamin, the chair of the commission. I'm joined by the following commission members. Commissioner Albanese, Commissioner Lillian Barrios Paoli, Commissioner Camillo, Commissioner Karras, Commissioner Cordero, Commissioner Fiala, Commissioner Gavin, Commissioner Green, Commissioner Hirsch, Commissioner Nuri, and Commissioner Weisbrod. With these commissioners present, we have a quorum. Before we begin, I will entertain a motion to adopt the minutes of the Commission's meeting held on June 12th here at City Hall, a copy of which has been provided to all commissioners. Do I hear a motion? Second? Second. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Last week, we discussed, debated, and voted on many proposals for charter changes to put before the voters in November. But we did not get to everything, and that is what brings us back this evening. To the members of the public who have joined us, while we know you may have very strong feelings about some of the items that we discussed, I want to run an orderly meeting, and so I will ask that you please refrain from any cheering, jeering, or verbal comments, and instead indicate your agreement or disagreement, as I've asked before, using jazz hands or reverse jazz hands. With that, let's begin with the two items that we sent back to staff last week for further refinement, which were, the two items were revised budget proposal 8, which is the guaranteed CCRB budget, and revised proposal number 16, which was the guaranteed budgets for the public advocate and borough presidents. The language that is proposed now would require that the CCRB personnel budget be no less than 3% of the personnel budget for the New York City Police Department, unless the mayor makes a written determination of fiscal necessity, setting forth in detail, 1, the basis for that determination, and 2, that the proposed reduction to the CCRB personnel budget is part of an overall plan to address a downturn in city revenues or unforeseen financial circumstances. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm told I said 3% instead of 0.3%. If you would like to give CCRB 3%, I'm sure they'd be thrilled, but I think they'd have no way to spend that amount of money. I would also ask if everyone could turn off their phones or put them on airplane mode. That would be helpful. And I will actually do the same to mine. Is there any discussion?
I would like to sort of reopen and I guess propose an updated version of the same amendment I proposed last week, which at a high level was to, instead of pegging CCRB's budget to the overall NYPD personnel budget, I would propose to peg CCRB's personnel budget to as a ratio of people to people, for CCRB's people to the NYPD's uniformed officers. And the reason for that is that the total PD personnel budget includes not officers, but like police department employees that have nothing to do with CCRB's general mandate. That includes crossing guards, traffic enforcement agents, 911 call center operators. The how we fluctuate those as an administration is just not germane to the work of CCRB, whereas the number of uniformed police officers actually is. So that's sort of the high level sort of change in the calculation I wanted to propose. And in terms of the specific ratio, I wanted to have that ratio be 0.61%, and that it's a very specific number, but what that derives from is essentially to say CCRB's current personnel is, I think, 195, which is, I think, 0.54%, which was, I think, the amendment I proposed before. And I'm proposing an increase to that amendment to reflect levels of people they have indicated is what they feel like adequate staffing currently. So instead of being the 195 or so, it would be, I think, 219 or something like that. So the ratio would actually be 0.6 of the NYPD uniform officers.
Okay, hold on. We're joined by Commissioner Jimmy Vaca. Thank you. Jimmy, would you like to vote on the adoption of the minutes from the meeting last week?
Yes, thank you. I vote yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry I'm late, but the rain. Thank you.
Oh, can I ask a question, Lindsay?
Yes.
Am I to understand that the .61 that you are proposing represents the 2020 executive mayor's budget?
No, the 0.5 was the 2020 executive budget ratio. That reflects CCRB's current headcount as of the executive budget. I am aware that CCRB has been advocating for more staff count. And since the fundamental premise of this is to try to resource them more effectively, the 0.6 corresponds to the level that they feel like they would need now to be adequately resourced. So it's an increase over what they have.
It's an increase over the budget that is going to be adopted shortly.
I'm not familiar with the intimate details of what their headcount may be in the adopted budget, but I'm just going based on what's reflected in the executive budget. 0.54, which was the previous ratio I proposed, correspond to their current headcount at 195. 0.6 corresponds to a headcount of 219. So it's an increase over that.
And that is, it's my understanding that is the budget that is now in the budget that is to be adopted shortly by the,
I can't personally verify. I know that's what they've requested.
okay. Discussion.
So maybe it's just repetition, but it's definitely an increase over their current level of funding.
Yes.
Does it? What's the difference between, like, the 0.61% of uniformed officers and the 0.3%
Of the personnel
of
budget?
the personnel budget?
I don't know if I ran that particular calculation. I think it's material.
It is material.
Yes.
So it is the point, it represents a lower increase.
The 0.6,
This 0.61 of the uniform budget represents a lower increase to the CCRB
and
overall
pegging to
budget
the overall PD personnel budget,
at
yes.
0.3%.
Yes, I think by definition, because that budget is so large and has so many other things, which I still think is, by a matter of course, not apples to apples with what CCRB is doing, but yes, what I'm proposing is a lower increase.
An increase over this.
Correct, it's an increase over what they have now
It's an increase over what was proposed.
in
but
executive budget.
Right,
Sorry.
but not over what is to be adopted, is my understanding. It's exactly what is being adopted.
In the FY 2020 budget.
Correct.
Yes.
This- I am going to vote on the amendment first, and then we will vote on the proposal. So I will call the question on the amendment, seeing no further discussion. Is there a second? Second. Please call the roll on the amendment.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Karas?
This is the equivalent of the .71, or,
No, this is the point.
Very confused.
This is .61, which represents what was in the budget that is now being adopted, but is not the 20% increase that was asked for by CCRB.
Pass.
Commissioner Cordero?
No.
Commissioner,
I think Commissioner Fiala voted for Commissioner Cordero accidentally.
I have to get a hearing aid, I'm sorry.
I'm going to call that again. Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
We sure, no.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Sorry, I just want to be clear. We're voting on the amendment that Commissioner Green put forward
Yeah.
to the staff proposal.
That's correct.
No.
Commissioner Nori?
No.
Commissioner Vaca?
No.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Karas?
No.
Chair Benjamin?
No.
Total is 7 votes in the affirmative, 6 votes in the negative. The motion carries.
On the amended motion, discussion? Jimmy?
I would just think that we want to be supportive of the CCRB and their request, and I think that we're ending up giving them less than we were last week. We've cut what we're giving them, yet so many people in our city feel that the CCRB is a priority. So how are we representing those who've come forth, who say it's a priority for fairness and equity issues, if we give them a budget which will impede them from doing their charter-mandated responsibilities? And that's why I voted no on the amendment.
But could we clarify again? I believe the amendment we just approved increases their budget by the amount they have asked for.
My understanding is that the amendment that we just approved basically matches their budget to what was approved in the 2020 fiscal year budget agreement between the administration and City Hall,
Which
That
an
is correct.
increase.
which may be an increase from last year and maybe what they asked for in this budget cycle, but is not in line with what they've asked for through this charter revision process.
That is my understanding also.
Do we have a sense of what?
It's a base. I think Commissioner Green had the floor.
I guess I was trying to be cognizant of what we had heard was there. I did know there was a differential between what they had asked the commission for versus what they had been negotiating in the budget. Is it a matter, I guess it's a question for the floor, are folks comfortable with the personnel to uniformed officer ratio, and it's a matter of not being comfortable that the .61 ratio is adequate given what CCRB has asked for? That's what I'm understanding, but I wanted to clarify that. And if so, do we know what it, even in terms of number of people, right, what is it that CCRB had asked for of this commission?
I believe what they asked for was 20% increase in personnel,
Okay.
and that, I think, would take your number to .7.
Okay.
Is that something you would contemplate?
I mean, generally speaking, I think the ratio is, the methodology is more significant, is the most significant piece in terms of my perspective on the issue. I think it's worth, if folks really want to debate the specific ratio, I think that is useful.
Can I ask a question? Satish was next, and then Lillian and then Lisette.
Frankly, I don't see why the ratio is so important. There's an elegance and a simplicity to just saying 0.3%. I fear any ratio in which we're obfuscating how much is really being given, especially in relation to what's already been agreed upon. So frankly, I think 0.3% is simple. There's no need to count, apples and oranges here. Let's just give them the money they need to do their job.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
So no, I guess my question was, I think what I'm hearing you say is that the most important thing is the using the base, the number of uniformed officers, as opposed to all the staff of the police department, which may or may not be relevant to what the CCRB does.
Yes. That includes traffic enforcement agents, 911 call center operators, crossing guards. It's totally irrelevant to where CCRB's mission is. And can fluctuate based on other priorities that are not about police accountability.
And Lizzie, does your proposal, is it stagnant or would it be a floor, or would that?
It's meant to be a floor, right? It's to establish that CCRB would have no less than that ratio. So if during the budget negotiations at a subsequent period, they feel like they want more, they can always ask for more. This is just the minimum requirement.
So it would protect their budget from any incoming mayor who might be philosophically opposed and
Correct.
Allison?
The motion that we just voted, the amendment to the motion that we just voted on includes changes to the staff proposal around how the mayor can reduce
Correct.
that as well, right?
Yes.
Is it out of order to make an amendment to the amendment once it passed, or does it?
You would have to ask whether this is a friendly amendment?
Over a second amendment.
Can I ask, you're talking about the fiscal necessity language.
Yes, I am concerned that in the amendment that you put forward, that the mayor could write a memo. I assume the board is the CCRB in this instant. The mayor could write a memo to the CCRB saying, I don't think that we need to fund police oversight at this level. Submit that letter, and he or she, hopefully one day, will have fulfilled their obligation under this amendment and to decrease the amount of funding the CCRB gets, and I don't believe that is a strong enough.
Fair. So you want to work further to strengthen the fiscal necessity written explanation and sort of more specifically define what that is?
Correct. I don't believe that we should be making a cut in the budget of the CCRB unless it is in line with a broader cut and fiscal necessity that the entire city is facing.
Is that the kind of language we could refine in a subsequent thing, or do we have to iron it out now for the ballot?
I think we need to iron it out now so staff can work on the ballot. Could you accept that part of the language that was in the revised staff proposal?
I'm generally sort of inclined to the concept. I think there are sort of technical experts that I think the staff should consult with about what is sort of artificially boxing in fiscal necessity. The spirit of what Allison is saying is totally what we are trying to set up, but I don't disagree with that. I just don't know. I think it really matters the specific wording.
I would suggest then an amendment that would replace the last 9, 10. The last 11 words of the amended motion with what follows the sentence NYPD in the revised proposal 8. Yes, the highlighted portion.
Yeah.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes, I've made a motion, yes?
Would you mind reading that out in some form?
Yes.
Would council mind reading that out?
Yes, counsel, would you?
The chair's made a motion to strike the following language from the amended motion, starting in the final sentence, and transmits to the board a written determination of fiscal necessity. Strike that language and replace it with the highlighted language in the original amendment, which reads as follows. Unless the mayor makes a written determination of fiscal necessity setting forth in detail, 1, the basis for that determination, and 2, that the proposed reduction to the CCRB personnel budget is part of an overall plan to address a downturn in city revenues or unforeseen financial circumstances.
Any discussion? Yeah, I don't think it was a friendly amendment. I don't think, it's an amendment to the amended item.
Okay. Yes, I will take it. I didn't interpret it as not friendly.
Right, I mean, if you say it's friendly, then we can just do it, and,
I know the
okay.
technical term.
So let us, I call the question.
Second.
Is there a second? Second? Yes, it's for the amendment.
On the chair's proposed amendment, Commissioner Albanese. Commissioner Barrios Paoli.
Aye.
Commissioner Camillo.
Just to clarify, first part Lindsay's,
Yes.
second part.
This is just on the amendment. This is just on Chair Benjamin's amendment, not on the main question still. So it's just whether the main question should be further amended, as Chair Benjamin suggested.
I think so, yes.
We're voting on the amendment of the amendment, right?
Commissioner Karas.
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero.
I guess I'm a little confused on most of this, because I thought we were looking to increase the budget for the CCRB. And we are, but we're not doing it to the level that they want it.
Well, you can propose that, but we have to deal with this amendment, and then that amendment can be proposed, and we can vote on that. Okay?
So are you clear on what this amendment is? I can read it again if that's helpful.
Please.
Sure. So the current amended motion is on your sheet, revised proposal 8.
Mm-hmm.
The bottom part, the part that's in italics.
I got it.
The end of that reads, and transmits to the board a written determination of fiscal necessity. Chair Benjamin has proposed to strike that language and replace it with the highlighted text from above, which reads, unless the mayor makes a written determination of fiscal necessity setting forth in detail, 1, the basis for that determination, and 2, that the proposed reduction to the CCRB personnel budget is part of an overall plan to address a downturn in city revenues or unforeseen financial circumstances.
I'm going to vote yes for now.
Commissioner Fiala?
No.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Norrie?
No.
Commissioner Tisch?
I've been consistent on CCRB. I have to abstain.
Commissioner Vaca?
What I have to say is that a majority of the members of the CCRB are appointed by the mayor. So we are saying that as long as the mayor tells the members he appoints that I don't have the money, they won't get it.
And it's part of an overall plan. It can't just be a
But he can say it's
CCRB
part of an
reduction.
overall plan, and he can still exempt his office, so he can exempt Parks Department. I can't go with that. It's not fair to police officers or to those who bring cases to have an inordinate amount of time that exist when complaints are filed. It's not fair to those who do things in error or those who feel that justice should be served. And I want to support a CCRB in that vein. And to say that the mayor is going to let his members know I don't have the money, and to think that his members will do anything but say, okay, you don't have the money, we have to operate and do what you want us to do, I think is very naive. So I vote no.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese? Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
10 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative, 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Would you now like to offer your amendment, Commissioner Cordero, to increase the percentage? Or,
I sincerely believe that we have to do everything we can to better the CCRB, but I'm going to hold off right now.
I have a question. Could somebody go through with me, I apologize, the .3 versus the .61 and where that comes out in terms of where the CCRB was last year? I believe they were at 15 point something million, and where this will put them?
I can't give you those numbers off the top of my head, so I'm going to ask staff to come over and give you the numbers.
That would be great. I just feel like I'm operating in a vacuum and I'm not sure what I'm actually doing.
Are there any other amendments while Commissioner Karas is getting that information? Are there any other amendments that people would like to offer?
Just to add to the obfuscation as I described it before, given that we don't know where 0.3% compares to 0.61% of the number of uniform budgeted headcount, I would offer a 1.0% of the number of uniform budgeted headcount of the police department. And if we can't figure out either of those numbers, then that takes me back to my original, the elegance and simplicity of 0.3% of the personnel budget.
I believe that 0.71% is equivalent of the personal services of the full-time, the uniform budgeted headcount of the police department, that 0.71 would be roughly equivalent to what the CCRB asked for.
Okay, so I would modify my proposed amendment to amend the proposal that we just voted on to read 0.71% of the number of uniform budgeted headcount of the police department.
Is there discussion? Call the question?
Can we repeat?
Could you repeat it?
So as I understand it, because we've been through a number of twists and turns here, we are talking about the first portion of the amendment to Proposal 8 with the last portion of the original proposal, except that the number 0.61% is now 0.71%.
That's what you're proposing?
That's my proposed amendment.
Discussion? Call the question? Second?
Second.
Call the roll. On the amendment, which is to change from .61 to .71 of the number of uniform budgeted headcount of the police department. In the amended and further amended proposal 8.
Commissioner Albanese? Yes. Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
To clarify, 0.71 of uniform.
Yes.
And this is just on the motion for the
This
amendment?
is just on the amendment to the motion.
Yes, I think.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
No.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Abstain?
Commissioner Vaca?
Yes.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese? Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
12 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Now I would like to vote on Proposal 8, as amended and as twice further amended. Any discussion? This is Commissioner Camillo?
I just had, does anybody
Your
know?
mic's not on.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right. Do we have a sense of what the .71 translates into in terms of either head count or budget?
While you're getting that answer, I am going to read what I believe the The appropriations available to pay for the personal services of the Civilian Complaint Review Board shall be at a minimum sufficient to fund personal services costs of full-time CCRB personnel headcount at least equal in number to 0.71% of the number of uniform budgeted headcount of the police department as determined consistent with published budgeted headcount documents of the Office of Management and Budget. Provided, however, that the restriction in this paragraph shall not apply in the event that the mayor makes a written determination of fiscal necessity, setting forth in detail, 1, the basis for that determination, and 2, that the proposed reduction to the CCRB personnel budget is part of an overall plan to address a downturn in city revenues or unforeseen financial circumstances. Call the roll?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Is the, we're talking about something that takes effect in what budget cycle? Because I imagine the one that has been agreed upon.
Well, the voters,
That-
the voters won't be voting on it until November of this
Is
year.
it presumed to affect the FY '21 budget or after actually the conclusion of this current administrative and council term? So are we talking about really this ratio comes into effect for fiscal '22?
The resolution is silent on that. Do you want to amend it further to?
I mean, for the sake of knowing the tenuous, like, nature of whether the budget is balanced or not, I mean,
Well, I don't believe that this could take, even if the public voted on it, frankly, it would take a budget amendment to amend the budget, the executive budget, once it's been adopted. So the mayor would have to have a budget amendment, the council would have to approve it. I don't think we're in charge of that process, nor can we be, I don't believe. So I think it would have to be 2021. But,
okay.
Allison?
All right, Lindsay, I couldn't tell whether you were suggesting that it should not take effect until fiscal year 2023, I guess, would be the next administration, or are you just asking a point of information?
I was trying to ask primarily a point of information first.
So I would then like to offer an amendment that this ratio take effect in the budget cycle following its passage.
Okay, discussion? Carl?
I don't want to be difficult in a difficult situation here, but I'm really troubled by the fact, and I think Jim has asked the question to which I still don't think I have an answer. How many people are we talking about here? How many people, do we know how many people are on the staff of the CCRB now? What an increase to .61 would be in terms of an additional head count? And what an additional number of people would be if we increased it from what it is now to .71 or from .61 to 7.1? So at least we know what we're talking about. I mean, I think all of us want to see the CCRB function efficiently, and all of us want to make sure that the CCRB doesn't get cut through a malevolent relationship with whoever. But I don't even know if the CCRB can absorb in the first instance an increase from whatever it is now to .71 in a budget year.
I am told that it would increase from, in Lindsay's number, it would be 24 approximate personnel, depending on the levels, et cetera, and from 195.
195.
And an increase to .71 would be what?
Would be 4 additional people.
4 additional people?
4.
I thought you said 24.
No, 4.
4 from .61 to .71 would be, so an increase from 24 additional people to 28 additional people?
To 27 point something.
Thank you.
Okay. I did my math wrong. Sorry.
Oh. Okay. Steve?
I want to, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to associate my concerns with Commissioner Weisbrod. You know, right in this chamber and in the committee halls across the street, for the last many months, city council committees have been wrestling with budget proposals for the next fiscal year, and they're right now wrestling with this in the final stages. The idea of a body
trying to import into the charter what should be left, in my view, to the normal legislative process is a slippery slope. The question I have, Madam Chair, is right now there is a 92, I believe it is a $92.8 billion budget, the framework of which was accepted by the legislative and executive branch yesterday or the day before. What was the increase in CCRB's budget from last year in this new budget? And we realize that
It's the 6.1.
they got a 6.1?
That's the
In
6.1.
the city council and mayoral?
0.61, I'm sorry, 0.61.
They got a .61. And
In head count, right?
Yes, in head count.
Not in person,
I'm
not in
talking,
dollars.
I'm talking about the current budget that's about to be adopted. CCRB is getting an increase over its present fiscal year, which ends in a matter of, what, days? July 1st, right?
And it's my understanding that the number that is here, 0.61, equals the amount of the handshake budget, which is approximately 24 additional persons.
Thank you for the clarification. Then to
And
commission...
that the 7.1 would add an additional 4 people.
Thank you. And to Commissioner Green's point, there is, and to follow up on Commissioner Weisbrod's comments, this will be voted on in November. We will be in the second quarter of the fiscal year of the 2021 city budget, and I think...
2020.
2020/2021, right?
Well, no, it's fiscal year 2020. It's
Okay,
calendar
that bleeds
year.
over into, right, okay, the fiscal year 20 budget. Rather than overcomplicate this with a lot of additional language, that's what a council and a mayor do in a budget modification. Shouldn't we leave something in their hands to determine whether or not in 2020 these new numbers could be absorbed? Or are we saying we're going to impose our own determination as to what the number should be, irrespective of the fiscal condition of the city at that time?
Well, it's not sorry, I would argue it's not irrespective, because we do have that language that the mayor can, in fact, be relieved of this requirement.
Point taken.
And we have an amendment currently before us from Allison that would lock in the fiscal year, and we need to do something with it. Allison?
I can explain why I introduced that amendment based on Lindsay's question. I'm concerned that if we leave it open and to interpretation, we could be in a situation in which the budget increase does not actually go into effect until there is a new mayor and a new council. And I think that would not be in line with what the majority of what this commission intends. And so it seems to me we might as well be clear and say that we expect this provision to go in place in the next budget cycle.
Any further discussion?
Just a point of clarification, there is slightly different language in the amendment from the proposal, particularly the amendment describes funding personal service costs, whereas the proposal describes personnel budget. So what is the difference between those two terms? Why was the term changed in the amendment? What meaning does it have? Yeah?
Sorry, I turned it off. So the difference you're pointing out is personnel versus personal is like a weird technical thing. Like there's personnel services, or there's personnel budget, which like in a ledger says personal services than other than personal service, like wonky, nerdy budget stuff. Personnel it means the same thing. It's the people or it's the stuff. But the personnel budget in total for PD includes all this other stuff that I had said before I don't think is relevant to CCRB, because it's traffic enforcement, et cetera, et cetera. But are you asking about the?
Well, what I'm asking is, why is there a different term? Is there a limitation on the term personal service costs? Should it be personnel service costs? Is
Sorry.
that what Commissioner Gavin is saying?
Clarify that particular one. In the New York City budget, there are two categories in the executive budget. There's PS, which is personal services, and then there's OTPS, other than personal services.
Yes.
In the budget itself, there was nothing called personnel. So, sorry, for purposes of this amendment, the personnel budget for the New York City Police Department is a less specific term than the personal service.
That is correct. But I guess, so, let me sort of codify. Based on what I understand, 0.3% of the total NYPD personnel budget, which in the ledger shows up as personal services, is equivalent to the CCRB current level of staffing. That is what I understand. Do you guys have different, does the staff have different math? Because I feel like that was an open question for the record. What is the, like, the overall personnel budget compared to the uniform headcount ratio? What is the original proposal mean in terms of CCRB staff?
I believe that the 3%, 0.3%, I'm sorry, or gave the CCRB an increase.
Gave him the increase, okay.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, because I feel like that was the root of your question, right?
My question is, why is the language different?
Different people, it's because different people read it and they were looking at different
Yes.
things.
That's a technical thing. But it means the same thing. Yes.
Okay, so now we're back on the last amendment, which is Allison's amendment. Is there further discussion on Alice's amendment, which would add a further clause to this item that it would take effect at the first budget cycle after adoption? Further discussion? Call the question? Second?
Second.
Call the roll, please. On the third amendment to the amended item. Yeah. That budget cycle would be fiscal year 2021? Yes. Just so everybody's aware. Okay.
Commissioner Albanese? Yes. Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
No.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Abstention.
Commissioner Vaca? Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese? Yes. Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
13 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstention, motion carries.
And now, on revised, proposed, four-time amended, Proposal 8, is there any discussion? Can we call the question?
Yes.
Second?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese? Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Cabillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
No.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Abstain.
Commissioner Vaca? Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese? Yes. Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
13 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, 1 abstention. The motion carries.
Now on to revised Proposal 16, with which there was a direction to the staff, which is reflected in revised Proposal 16. Essentially adding the same fiscal necessity language that we added to CCRB. And allowing for an adjustment. There had been an issue about what to index the increase to, should there be one, and the proposal now reads that it would be adjusted upward in future fiscal years by the lesser of 1, inflation, or 2, percentage increase in the city's total budget. Discussion? Jim?
Are there ever, I should know this, but I don't, or I don't, are there ever cases where the city's total budget decreases due to cuts? Are there, or have there ever been cases where the city's total budget has decreased due to cuts? I assume in the 80s there were, although that was before my time.
I was here. In the 80s, there were reductions.
The
The 70s, there certainly were
And there were
serious
also,
cuts and layoffs.
80s too.
and what also occurred was the mayor's plan to eliminate the gap.
Right.
Which was adopted any number of years when the revenues that were projected did not equal or
Right.
exceed that which
Pegs,
was
I
budgeted.
remember, right.
The mayor required agencies to eliminate the gap.
So in part 1 of this, notwithstanding a letter by the mayor detailing the fiscal necessity, the lesser of inflation or percentage increase in the city's total budget, a decrease in the city's total budget would effectuate a decrease even if inflation were going up? I'm just trying
Yes.
to make sure I understand.
Yes.
Okay.
May I question that? Commissioner Karas, to your point, are you just questioning that in the event of a downturn, when everybody is absorbing cuts, that
It would
these
be
offices
automatic.
would not be held harmless? They too would get their proportionate share?
Without a letter from the mayor.
Right, I understood. That's what I want to make sure I understood, yes. Okay.
Okay.
I move that we adopt Proposal 16.
What? We have an amendment, Jim.
So I would, wanted to follow up on the discussion that we had in the previous, I guess it was last week, raising some issues with tying any increases or budgets to inflation or the budget. There are things that occur, for example, even when there is a recession, inflation increases. There are collective bargaining increases that would affect the budget that wouldn't necessarily affect or should affect the largely administrative offices of elected officials. So I was going to move.
Why wouldn't they affect the offices of elected officials?
If it's for collective bargaining for police officers or things, titles that don't function within those offices. So I was going to put forth a motion to amend that I believe was shared with the staff, and I think was actually also made by Commissioner Barrios Paoli, to tie I'll just read it. The appropriations available to pay for the expenses of the public advocate and each borough president during each fiscal year shall not be less than the FY20 executive budget percentum of the city-funded appropriations available to pay for the expenses of the office of the mayor. So tying it to the office of the mayor, excluding the office of management and budget, the office of labor relations, and the office of contract services during such fiscal year, provided, however, that the restriction in this paragraph shall not apply in the event that the mayor makes and transmits to the council a written determination of fiscal necessity, similar to the proposal associated with the CCRB.
Well, except, Chair prerogative, the office of the mayor is not the same as an agency. The mayor has and does farm lots of people out or borrow people from agencies that are not included in the mayoral budget, that are rather included in the agency budgets, but they work here at City Hall and in the Tweed building in the old days and in other mayoral establishments. So that number can be completely and is completely manipulated by a mayor who wants to show that his budget and his office is smaller. So I would recommend against using that as the indexing because it's not real.
In the past, I know that in the past,
Sorry, Allison?
You can answer that. You can respond to that. I have another question.
I understand that that's your point, but certainly in the past, and there have been many instances where the mayor's office has grown. So it's not a fact to be accepted as truth that it will always be that case, that it will always stand firm or stagnant. So certainly, we can point to instances where the headcount has increased in their operating budget, and I think that that's a fair, as they're an elected official, much like these are as well. That would be the proposal that I put forward.
Allison?
So I may just not have heard you because it was hard to hear, but I don't quite understand what the problem you're trying to solve with this amendment is. Because the proposal on the table, it's not like the CCRB proposal. It's not tying the budgets of these offices to any percentage index or any connection to any other office. It's simply taking the existing budget agreement and whatever their budgets are right now and saying they'll stay the same or sort of increase based on inflation or percentage increase. So I don't quite understand why we would want to tie them percentage-wise to any other office.
So if we tie it to, I think inflation is one of the markers, right? During the last recession, for example, when there were a reduction in citywide personnel, headcount, et cetera, inflation still went up. So when you have a situation where there is an economic downturn, where cuts need to be made, inflation, which is, but might not necessarily relate to an economic condition, would still be increasing. The dollar value of money continues to increase over time. So separating inflation, I thought, might be the way to tie the budgets rather than that index.
But doesn't the proposed language solve for that, both by suggesting that the increase is only, it's either inflation or the percentage increase of a budget, of the citywide budget, and whichever is less. And Jim just clarified that that means if the city budget goes down, the budgets for these offices would also go down.
Apparently not necessary.
Oh.
Yeah, I would move to strike upward. and just say adjusted. So that if it moves downwards, it moves downwards. Okay, I'll make that amendment after your
So
amendment.
assuming,
Or
so,
if
let's-
you would
like,
allow
assuming
a
we are
friendly
able
amendment.
to, I mean, I think we're going to amend the original language to remove the word upward, wouldn't the problem that you're trying, isn't the problem that you're trying to solve already incorporated in the proposed language?
There might be a situation, and I believe that there has been a situation where though there was an economic downturn because of contractual requirements or et cetera, or costs that we would have to pay, that the budget actually increased anyway. And so I think that that's why we were trying to divorce the budgets for these offices from the overall city's budget, to tie it to something else that can be, that would expand or contract
But
similarly.
the original statement also allows for the mayor to submit rationale for why that can't work anyway.
That's if it's not, if there is a move to specifically call out or change the current arrangement as written.
Can I add, I guess I think based on the way we've been talking about the fiscal necessity language, being in a situation where the overall city goes up because of collective bargaining, but trying to sort of counteract that, because it's a recession, I guess.
Well, except OMB, if DC 30, if the mayor reaches a collective bargaining agreement with DC 37, and borough presidents have DC 37 employees, et cetera, they are going to give
Yes,
the borough presidents that money too.
yeah,
So if it's the collective bargaining, they're going to be made whole for the collective bargaining anyway, whether there's an upturn or downturn.
right, but not everyone in a BP's office or the public advocate's office is part of those collective bargaining arrangements.
That's right, but OMB gives you the money for the head count,
Right.
and then you can determine how you want to allocate it. If the settlement with a DC 37 is 4%, you get 4% times your employees, and if they are not unionized, you can give one person 12% and another person 2%, is how it works, but you get the full pot of money. Mr. Vaca.
I rise to oppose the amendment, and I think the proposal submitted by the staff really does indicate how I would proceed. To tie the budgets of the public advocate and the borough presidents to the office of the mayor is something I would want to first ask the question, what is the budget of the office of the mayor? The mayor's budget has never been fully transparent because there are people that the mayor, whoever the mayor is, hires and puts on lines of other city agencies. The special assistants, the deputy to the special assistant, the assistant to the deputy to the special assistant. We all know about this. I've been around for years. The budget of the mayor, whoever the mayor is not transparent. And why we should link other elected officials to that budget or to the budget of the Office of Labor Relations Contract Services, it just doesn't make sense, and I don't know how this was written. I think that we're on the right path. This money that we're proposing to give to the public advocate and the borough presidents, the money is peanuts. I said it last week, I say it again, peanuts. Yet, are we going to make a commitment to having effective borough presidents and an effective public advocate? Well, that's the decision we have to make. And we do have a formula which is not going to break the city's bank. Let's be honest.
Any
I
further?
just asked, Jim, would you prefer walnuts?
Any further discussion on the amendment? Call the question? On the proposed amendment that offered by Commissioner Camillo? Call the question?
Yeah.
Is there a second? Second. Call the roll, please, on the amendment, which is referred to as the anticipated motion to amend on the sheet you have in front of you.
Commissioner Albanese.
Pass.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli.
No.
Commissioner Camillo.
Yes.
Commissioner Karas.
No.
Commissioner Cordero.
No.
Commissioner Fiala.
No.
Commissioner Gavin.
Yes.
Commissioner Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch.
No.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner Nori.
No.
Commissioner Tisch.
No.
Commissioner Vaca.
No.
Commissioner Weisbrod.
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese.
Yes.
Chair Benjamin.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Scratch that. No. I've jumped ahead of myself. Sorry.
6 in the affirmative, 9 in the negative, the motion fails.
And now on the revised proposal 16. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm just...
I make a motion to accept revised Proposal 16.
Okay. Yes. I would like to make one amendment, and then I think we can vote to change the language to read in the second clause, adjusted, removing the word upward, so that if there is a downward trend in future years, it would be adjusted downward. With that amendment, discussion? Call the question. Second? Call the roll.
We're voting on the
Revised proposal 16 with the one change
upward.
that says, I'm being asked to read, I can tell as Ed looms over my shoulder. Require that the budgets for the...
We didn't vote on the amendment.
I'm told that my amendment to remove the word upward, can we vote on that by unanimous consent? Removing the word upward. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so now I will read the proposal. Require that the budgets for the public advocate and borough president be set at or above their respective fiscal year 2020 budgets, adjusted upward in future fiscal year, adjusted in future fiscal years by the lesser of 1, inflation, or 2% increase in the city's total budget. Notwithstanding the above, the mayor may propose and the council may adopt a lower budget for the public advocate or borough president if the mayor makes a written determination of fiscal necessity, setting forth in detail, 1, the basis for that determination, and 2, that the proposed reduction to that office's budget is part of an overall plan to address a downturn in city revenues or unforeseen financial circumstances. Call the question?
Yes?
Second? Please call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese? Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
Yes.
Commissioner Gavin?
No.
Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaca? Yes. Commissioner Weisbrod?
No.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
Eleven in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The motion carries.
Thank you. Now we move on to our next items of business, which were additional commissioner proposals, which were sent to us by a number of you. The first one of which is establishing a democracy voucher system for financial electoral campaigns. Is there any discussion?
Yes, of course. There's a little malfunction here.
You've broken the microphone. You will now have to pay for it.
Okay, we're all set. Before I begin my presentation on democracy vouchers, which is relatively lengthy, let me say that I've listened to a lot of comments about democracy vouchers from different folks, a lot of reservations about implementation, about whether it's ready for the 2021 elections, and whether a hybrid works for the 2021 elections. I don't think those arguments are strong. I don't subscribe to them, but I'm willing to amend my proposal so that if democracy vouchers is adopted by the voters, that New York City begin its implementation in the city council races in 2023, and then implement them for all races in 2025. So that's my proposed amendment. The charter's most important responsibility is organizing our political system so that we have a true democracy where the voice of every citizen counts. There's no denying that the influence of big money is eroding our democracy. That's why I'm recommending we adopt democracy vouchers as a reform in this city. Let me begin by analyzing what I consider our flawed matching money campaign finance law, and follow it up with a discussion of democracy vouchers adopted by Seattle and will be voted on in Albuquerque and Austin in the fall elections. In addition, Senator Gillibrand has proposed vouchers on a national level as a presidential candidate. I was a council member in the late 80s when we voted to adopt this matching money system as a method to curb pay-to-play corruption after a series of scandals rocked the city. The goal was to empower small donors, eliminating the influence of conflicted big money contributors. I voted for it despite doubts about its effectiveness. The law initially matched small contributions on a one-to-one basis. Over the years, the match increased to 6 to 1. Now we're at 8 to 1. Pay-to-play corruption under the 6 to 1 match, as anyone who reads the papers knows, has been on steroids. And it won't be addressed with an 8 to 1 match. However, it will cost taxpayers more money, help incumbents, consultants, lawyers. It's throwing good money after bad. The spin sounds great. You hear that a $10 donation from a city resident will turn to $90. What you don't hear is that qualifying for the match as a candidate for mayor, for example, you have to raise $250,000 in matching dollars and have a total of city resident donors. In other words, 1,000 people have to give you money. Therefore, if you're running for mayor, where the real power is in this city, depending on $10 donors, you would need to have 25,000 people to reach the matching threshold. 25,000. The 1,000 city resident is fair. I think in order to be a credible candidate, you need to show that you've got support of 1,000 people. However, it's a different story when it comes to $250,000 match. Here's what happens. Political insiders have a Rolodex, the fixers in the city, the well-heeled donors. They get on the phone, they immediately raise money from these folks who have, many of them have commercial interest in the city. Our law allows a $2,000 contribution as a max, which is really very high. The insiders will ask and receive $2,000, which of the first $250, they'll be matched by the Campaign Finance Board, and they'll quickly reach the matching threshold. They'll get there very quick. The independent, the credible independent, may have 1,000 city residents who have donated small amounts of money, like $10, will be left in the proverbial dust, written off by the press and pundits as poorly funded, a long shot with no chance of winning, which further erodes that person's ability to raise money. Basically, you become a non-candidate, still being on the ballot, because you can't compete because these folks have already reached the matching threshold with this private money. For example, today, as we sit here, the mayoral contenders have already raised over $5 million in private money, already. Most of that money doesn't come from the Queensbridge houses or the residents, the working class residents of Staten Island. It comes from wealthy folks who have, many of them have conflicts, not conflicts, they have interest in the city, city government, businesses, and what have you. Incredibly, under this system, lobbyists and conflicted parties are able to bundle cash for their favorite candidate. In other words, if I'm a lobbyist, I get 20 people in the room and say, I want $2,000 from all of you. You've raised $40,000 like that. It doesn't, once again, ordinary people are left out of the process. Ironically, these folks now have spent less cash because the taxpayers will pick up the rest of the tab. Russell Berman wrote an article in The Atlantic on campaign finance. Here's what he said about the New York City's matching fund program. Well, it has been held up as a model by good government groups. It has done little to disrupt domination by the political class. The matching system is a bureaucratic nightmare. Don't take my word for it. Ask anyone who has dealt with the Campaign Finance Board. Candidates are forced to hire lawyers, consultants, an entire cottage industry has been created to deal with this $17 million agency. It has failed miserably to curb pay-to-play. It doesn't empower small donors. And for the city's most important race, in 2017, 8% of the money came from small donors, those contributing $250 or less, and I'll bet you half of the people within that category are from the wealthiest zip codes of the city. Another failure of the matching law is very important, but seldom mentioned when they call this system a model. There's a huge economic and racial gap among donors. The vast majority of donors are white and from the higher income strata. I asked the Campaign Finance Board on how many people of color donate to campaigns, and they conveniently didn't have any data. Seattle had the data. It was available. I suspect that the answer in New York City is embarrassingly low. This expensive system helps insiders, allows lobbyists and other conflicted actors to bundle campaign cash, has not mitigated pay-to-play, and has little participation from ordinary people and should be replaced. This leads me to democracy vouchers and why it's a much superior campaign finance system. It's considered the gold standard. Seattle adopted vouchers by referendum in 2015, the first of its kind in the United States, and implemented it for the 2017 election cycle. Every voter in the city received 4 $25 vouchers to use in the city council and city attorney races, which, by the way, are citywide races. In even one cycle, the program nearly tripled the number of citizens participating in the campaign finance system. Voucher users were substantially more diverse in terms of race, age, and especially income. This year, in city council contests, those numbers are already significantly higher than 2017, and the final numbers are not in. At this point, in 2017, about 13,000 vouchers were received. In 2019, the number has grown to nearly 57,000. I provided data from researchers for your packet, by the way, on that issue. In 2017, 6 candidates for large city council seats and city attorney participated in the program. This year, there are a whopping 42 candidates on track to collect democracy vouchers. Seattle is now on pace to use vouchers in all races in 2021, including the mayor's race. The 2019 program is trending to bring in a record number of citizens into the local campaign finance system and far surpasses the number of private donors that funded elections before vouchers were adopted. The democracy voucher system is significantly less bureaucratic and perhaps cheaper than the New York City law. It will save taxpayers money. To be eligible for vouchers, you must be a credible candidate by garnering signatures and donations. In Seattle, you need 600 signatures, and 600 people have to give you at least $10 to qualify for vouchers. Unlike New York City, the maximum donation is $500. The beauty of this program and secret to its success is whether you're a wealthy resident, a working class, or a poor citizen, you will receive the same 4 vouchers that you can donate to anyone running for municipal office. I always use this example, that if you're a resident of NYCHA earning $30,000 a year, you will be mailed the same 4 $25 vouchers as the hedge fund manager who lives in the wealthiest zip code. Vouchers change the game for candidates, whether incumbents or challengers, so that they spend their time talking to ordinary voters rather than the donor class. Vouchers turn every single voter into a donor. Influence peddlers, and there are many in this city, lobbyists and other conflicted donors are no longer in the fundraising equation, effectively ending pay-to-play. And boy, the pay-to-play scandals in this city have been nothing short of outrageous, including comments from the U.S. Attorney and the DA about pay-to-play in this town. I'm familiar with arguments that some will make against vouchers. I don't agree with them. They include that it still needs more time to see if it works. Well, 2 cycles is a lot of time, and the results have been stellar. This is why Seattle will be moving forward with the program in all races in 2021. This is why Albuquerque and Austin are comfortable with the program that will be on the ballot for adoption in November. This is why presidential candidates Gillibrand and Yang have proposed vouchers on a national level. Another argument is that New York City is too large, that others, in terms of scaling, that may be an issue. I don't subscribe to that argument. Gillibrand is proposing this on a national level, so you can imagine that scaling will not be an issue. And we've just adopted ranked choice voting. Talk about something that's confusing. Democracy vouchers are a lot easier to adopt. It's pretty straightforward than ranked choice voting. I don't buy the arguments, but I'm willing to compromise, and as per my amendment. And finally, will vouchers upset the political class by truly providing regular people with a voice in the elections? Yes, it will. Will vouchers create real competition in our elections? Absolutely. Will vouchers minimize or eliminate pay-to-play corruption? Absolutely. Will it increase citizen participation? Absolutely. My fellow commissioners, we have a chance to be part of history. We will be on the leading edge of addressing one of the major defects of our political system, the corrosive influence of money on our politics. Let's not blow this opportunity.
Thank you, Sal. Discussion? Viola, and then Reverend Miller.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Albanese, I confess that no position under consideration by this commission has proven to be more vexing to me than your signature issue of democracy vouchers. After the appointment of this commission, but before we even held our first organizational meeting, you were reaching out to me and other commissioners to enlist support for your proposal. I told you then that I was not philosophically supportive of public-financed campaigns as a general proposition, and that I believe such systems have resulted in a mixed record at best, and often were more hype about being a genuine reform of success than being an actual success. The forecasted outcomes and promises about such systems are laudable goals, to be sure. I agree with you that the obscene levels of money in political campaigns is perverse and cries out for redress. But I have not been convinced that taxpayer-subsidized campaigns are the antidote, nor do I believe that the evidence to date has shown that the forecasted increases in political competitiveness in races and reduced levels of corruption, which in recent years have been staggering, have materialized. A Gotham Gazette opinion piece this past January pointed to the historical, hoped-for impact on civic engagement that has indeed not materialized since the creation of publicly funded campaigns. In 1989, the piece went on to note, voter turnout in the mayoral election, the first to occur under a publicly financed plan, was 60%. In 1993, it was 57%. The Board of Election reports indicate that in 1997, voter turnout was 40%. In 2001, 41%. 2005, 33%. 2009, 28%. 2013, 26%. 2017, our last mayoral race, under 25%. Interestingly, more eligible voters than ever are registered in our city, but a 42% decline in turnout over a 30-year period that happens to coincide with publicly financed campaigns. Even worse, in 2017, the citywide primary elections, the decisive round, let's face it, in this city, to determine our citywide officials, saw only 12% of eligible voters come out to the polls and vote. The trend lines are beyond refute, and they speak to a civic crisis demanding a solution. Politics is about contested ground. It's a forum for reconciling our differences through civil, informed, competitive, yet responsible debate. The alternative to politics is barbarism. It was no accident that the very first words of our nation's Constitution began with "We the people." You, Sal, Jimmy, myself, how many hundreds of times, hundreds of meetings have we been in that room during a stated meeting and pointed up to the beautiful mosaic above the speaker's rostrum with that artwork? You know it, Madam Chair, we the people. I ask you to pause for one moment and reflect on that. And if you do, you realize something. You realize that the birth of America was the longest of long shots. It was the very first of its kind, and it wasn't supposed to happen. That birth was dependent upon two essential and mutually reinforcing ingredients. The first still remains, I hope, obvious even today. It was a new vision of what a government's relationship to its citizenry could and should be. It was a near-perfect vision for a self-governing people crafted by a very capable yet imperfect group of founding fathers. The second essential ingredient was the participation and the support of ordinary people, we the people. If those two sides of that same coin were not aligned and fused together in one accord, we would not be able to be sitting here today debating the issues of our own time. In Federalist Paper number 51, James Madison offered a reflection on government and human nature. But what is government itself but the greatest of all reflections of human nature, Madison asked. If men were angels, no government would be needed. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In forming a government that is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this: you must first enable the government to control the governed, and in the next place, force it to control itself. Federalist 51 is my favorite of the 85 Federalist Papers. Hamilton, Madison, and Jay really got something right. In my mind, that paper speaks to the great challenge every succeeding generation has in perpetuating our 230-year experiment as the world's leading democratic republic. We are delusional if we believe our form of government can be run on autopilot for very long. Our political system, like the world itself, is not static but dynamic. Its success and survival depend on every generation being able to meet the evolving challenges of an aging democracy. And make no mistake, we are an old democracy. Both the political class and the people are jointly responsible for preserving, improving, and maintaining a vibrant election system. One of my favorite authors, C.S. Lewis, once said, "A sick society must think about politics, as a sick man must think about digestion." We think about such things to be able to think about something else. I interpret C.S. Lewis' words to mean that we should take great care of what we have because it might not be there tomorrow. Last year when we started our work, I said I would do what St. Benedict admonished his monks to do in his rule. The very first words of the Benedictine rule is listen. Listen. As I've wrestled with my position on your proposal, Councilman Albanese, I thought about that pledge and of all the people who have stopped me after these meetings we've had across this city this year and last, and told me I owed this issue a fair hearing, not a closed mind, simply because of my philosophical predispositions against public financing. And I see Mr. Manning, I see Mr. Morano, and others who traverse the city with us. I thank you for being here tonight, and I thank you for having attended then. As of tonight, my philosophical opposition remains. The efficacy of public financing of campaigns is still suspect in my mind. In working through this vexing conundrum, I came to a conclusion late Sunday night. After thinking about something St. Augustine said regarding philosophy and life, I turned to him often. He said this, "If I have said something reasonable, then follow not me, but reason itself." John Henry Newman, the great theologian and poet, priest and cardinal, was the greatest convert to my faith in the 19th century. He converted because he realized, like Augustine, that to live is to change, and to be never content with the last formulation of a particular issue. I may prefer an apple to a lemon, but the choice I'm called upon today isn't a choice between an apple and a lemon. It's not a question of shall we have a publicly funded finance campaign system in New York City or shall we not. New York City has had for 30 years and will continue, I imagine, to have for many years to come a publicly financed campaign system. The question tonight, rather, is whether a different method of public financing, one that offers hope and portends better outcomes in the areas of campaign competitiveness, efficiency, increased grassroots campaigning, a lost art by candidates, and empowering voters who have for too long felt too disconnected from and dismissed by their own government. My choice tonight isn't between an apple and a lemon. There is only one choice. The choice is between a 30-year-old lemon with a spotty record at best or a lemon characterized as the next generation and logical extension of campaign finance systems. Therefore, in my judgment, notwithstanding my personal feelings or apprehensions, a compelling case has been made and has been excitingly made, and the threshold test has been met for allowing the question of democracy vouchers to be placed before the voters themselves this November and debated in the court of public opinion in earnest between now and Election Day. With that, Sal, I hope I delivered on my commitment to keep an open mind, and I support your measure.
Reverend Miller.
Reverend Miller, you were next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm in total agreement with the proposed amendment that's about to be on the floor, hopefully. Last week, we decided to adopt ranked choice voting for the people of the city of New York to consider on the ballot. So if we're going to be about change, and I think we have a wonderful opportunity here, why stop there? We can take it further and establish a democracy voucher system for the people to consider on the back of the ballot. The character of New York City always touts itself politically as progressive. I feel like you have Seattle, Washington, Albuquerque, Austin,
other municipalities around the country are going to adopt democracy vouchers, New York City will be not progressive but reactive as far as this measure. So for two reasons, I think it's important for us to give this our whole time and attention. It will revive the spirit of the electorate, and number two, it will offer a legitimate and clear avenue for new potential elected officials to come to the fore. Lesser-known candidates that don't have access to great resources. So I think the argument against democracy vouchers is that the city council can adopt it by virtue of the existing statutes of the city. One problem I have with that argument is that the pattern that I see from my position as a pastor, I see a lot of people who first start out as concerned citizens who become candidates who become electeds, and when they become elected, something changes. They become real turned on by the access to resources and wealth, and so the pattern that I see is one that starts in insurgence that ends up in complacence. And so the only two things that stop elected officials from being elected officials, in my estimation, are term limits and scandal. So to, again, reference Mr. Fiala's reference of St. Augustine, which I appreciate, there was so much theological material in your presentation. I think I have a sermon for Sunday. Thank you very much. But St. Augustine also wrote City of God. And I think when it comes to campaign financing and how elections are swayed in this city, there are some very ungodly things that go on in this city. Not that democracy vouchers will make elections and campaign financing perfect, but it will make it better than it is right now. So I think it's totally worth our time and attention, and I think it should end up on the ballot as proposed.
Thank you, Reverend Miller. Is there any other discussion? Commissioner Cordero.
But I'd like to just add, I think we were talking about being bold, and I think this is possibly one of the boldest moves we can make. I don't know if it's actually going to work for the city, but I am in support of it, and I move to call the question.
Any other discussion? Call the question. Second? Call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese?
Can I offer another amendment? At this point,
You
procedurally?
can't offer it now that the question's been called.
Subsequent?
Depending on what happens?
Of course, aye.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli? No. Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
I want to commend Sal and his passion. I think it's a really interesting, intriguing idea. I love the thought of people in communities that have not been included being included. I've talked to experts, though, and they have told me that, questions should be studied, such as, should this replace our current system? Should this be added on to our current system? And I just feel like it's precipitous to act now, so I vote no.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
I'd just point out, Sal, that in 1998, when you adopted the campaign finance system, New York didn't lead at that time either. It actually followed Seattle, Washington. I vote aye.
Commissioner Gavin?
I too want to thank Commissioner Albanese for his passion and his commitment to this, but I too feel that there's a need for further study, so I will have to vote no.
Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
I too want to thank Commissioner Albanese, and I just, this is an issue that I've been studying personally and through my work in all of the cities in which we work, and I think it is something I really want to spend a lot more time figuring out. I think Eddie's point that we're not quite sure whether it works in New York City is what gives me pause at this moment. I'm putting something so bold onto the ballot without enough thought and figuring out how it impacts our current system, et cetera. So I'll be voting no.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Norrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
No, but I do want to say when I spoke to Sal, I had promised him I was going to read up on it and speak to some people, which I did. And a lot of them consider themselves national political experts. And they, to the person, there were 4 of them today, said to me that this is an idea whose time may not be today in New York, but you could be sure over the next decade it is coming at us with full speed. So, Sal, I vote no, but I like to know a pioneer.
Commissioner Vaca?
I too want to thank Sal, and I want to thank Commissioner Fiala for his fantastic explanation and clarity on the issue. I'm committed to campaign finance reform, very much so. And I'd be willing to look at this, as other members have indicated, as a part of a commission that would study it, have public hearings, get public input, thrash it out. We've spent so much time here on so many specific things, and I think that that's the same opportunity we should afford that proposal. So I will vote no on this motion and be open to further study.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
I'm also going to vote no, and again, commend Sal and Stephen Fiala for their passion, and Reverend Miller and Mr. Cordero. I do note that we, as a commission, are taking for New York City a very bold step here in recommending ranked choice voting to go to the voters this November. And that, in and of itself, is likely to have a profound impact, and I hope a very positive impact, on the concerns that have been raised about voter participation. I think we'll get a much better feel and a handle on whether democracy vouchers are appropriate for New York after we see the effect of ranked choice voting, and I hope that the voters will embrace our recommendation on that matter. And just want to agree with Dr. Tisch that this may be something that is on the horizon, but its time has not come yet, and I think it should be examined in the light of hopefully a very new world of voting that we will see in 2020.
Chair Benjamin?
I too would like to thank all of the people who have been involved in this discussion. Sal and I have certainly had many a discussion about this item. I certainly agree that the fact that voting participation is so low is criminal. Whether that in part is because of the candidates who run, because of people's disaffection for government, because of a lack of voting opportunities or voter suppression, all of those things add into where we find ourselves that Commissioner Fiala talked about, which is that every year participation goes down. I think that is a critical issue facing our entire country, and trying to understand why that is something that I am interested in doing. I don't find at this stage that democracy vouchers are the answer for me to that question. So I will be voting no on that, but I would really like to be involved in studying the question of participation and ways to increase it. I vote no at this time on this matter.
5 in the affirmative, 10 in the negative, motion fails.
Madam Chair, I'd like permission, since we've had a number of commissioners express an interest in a study, I'd like to offer an amendment.
You're going to have to wait till the end on that. That's not what is on this question. Can we put that off till the end when the new business comes? Okay. I think it's you again, Sal, establishing a 5-year post-employment lobbying ban for elected officials and senior appointed officials? I would just add, as you know, there is a 5-minute time limit that we went way beyond, and I would just ask you to be mindful of that.
I will definitely keep to that time frame. My proposal calls for a 5-year ban on lobbying for elected officials and other high appointed officials. There's a wide swath of agreement on this issue that some legislators at the end of their term could be influenced as they look for a new job and may look favorably on issues that are being promoted by lobbyists and others hoping to wind up there with a big lobbying job. And I think it's a conflict of interest, and it's something that not only I'm proposing, but we have folks at the federal level who, from Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez to Senator Ted Cruz, they're proposing a lifetime ban on lobbying by elected officials. I mean, we are New York City. This is a very, a town full of lobbyists and elected officials that obviously would like those jobs, and it brings about conflicts of interest. And we have a 1-year ban. Albany, which is not a bastion of ethical comportment, has a 2-year ban. So I'm proposing a 5-year ban and hope my fellow commissioners support it.
Discussion? Mr. Fiala.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Albanese, would you be open to a friendly amendment at this time?
From you, of course.
I applaud what you're trying to do. I think you've been a thoughtful maverick for your whole career in trying to clean up government, wanting good government. I just have concerns about the length of the ban and how unique this would be. Would you consider adopting the staff proposal that had been discussed in our preliminary staff report that brings us into alignment with the state but doesn't go beyond? That would in effect be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair and Executive Director, that the preliminary staff proposal was a 2-year.
That's correct.
I'm trying to build a bridge and meet you halfway. I couldn't go 5 years. I just wanted, I don't want to sandbag you in a vote, and I'm going to be a no vote, but would you consider amending your proposal
To a 2-year ban?
To be consistent with...
I would certainly consider that, yes, and would support that.
Then I would be in favor of voting on that.
I'll second the amendment.
Just to be clear, you're proposing to reduce it to 2 years. The staff, what the staff had looked at was a 2-year post-appearance ban. You couldn't appear before the body for 2 years, which I believe is the Albany ban.
My understanding when we looked at this previously, and please correct me if I'm wrong, And the preliminary staff talked about a 2-year, which would mirror New York State. That's about as far as I think at this time we should probably go. So I'm looking to adopt, or I should say, I would be favorable in an amendment that corresponded to the discussion we had some months back about the 2-year, and the exact language was articulated previously.
It was my understanding, having spent time in Albany, it is my understanding that the 2-year ban is an appearance ban, that you are not allowed to appear before the elected body. There is no 2-year ban on having meetings that are not in the halls of the body. That is just my understanding. And I would like to say that I am in favor of your amendment, aligning with the Albany, with the state, because there is so much contiguous work between the city and the state. So a natural alignment in these policies, I think, would go a long way.
Well, when we talk about appearances, appearance before, so someone leaves the legislature, and then they can not appear before that body for 2 years, right? If they're lobbyists. But you said something about meetings. What does that mean?
Fortunately, I'm not an expert on this subject.
Okay.
So I don't lobby, I don't get involved in it. So my understanding from my time in Albany is that individual legislators can take meetings with people who have previously served in the body.
Within that 2-year period, I mean?
Yes, within that 2 years. But I could be wrong, Sal. I'm not 100%
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
it doesn't sound.
Yeah, staff?
Assure you, Sal, that the lobbyists, those who are engaged in this, feel the burden of it. It is changing the discourse and it is changing
That's good.
the attitude.
This is a tiny step, but I mean, I am concerned about this meeting stuff because it's basically the same. I mean, it seems to me. No. No, we have plenty of.
Madam Chair, may I?
Jim, what's your view on it? I'm a lawyer.
May I read the language of the actual? So rather than me guessing, let me just read exactly what the staff report talked about. The post-employment appearance restrictions, and I'll only read the relevant part. In these contexts, the Charter defines the term appear as any communication for compensation other than involving administrative matters. New York State has certain lengthier post-appearance restrictions. For example, state officers and employees are prohibited from appearing or practicing before the former agency for 2 years. That was what I was intending to get at, to try, as Commissioner Tisha said, to have an alignment with a New York State. There is a synergy, or I think you used the word. You used a big word that I liked, and I can't remember. But so I'm simply referencing what we had discussed previously, and it refers to the post-employment restrictions, which would bring us in accord with what New York State has, Commissioner.
It's a sad day when we have to bring ourselves up to the Albany standard, but I guess it is what it is.
Staff has proposed that we extend the city's to 2 years, which I believe that the city's post-employment restriction is 1 year, but it is more restrictive than the state. So that we would, I think, want to be consistent and apply the city standard for a 2-year period rather than adopting the state standard for a 2-year period.
Right, so what that in effect would mean is it's actually a more robust and stronger system, even though it's still only 2 years. It's
Correct.
Actually a stronger version than the state has, but the same amount of time.
Correct. And Carl, you were next?
Yeah, no, I can't, and this is really more a point of clarification, having looked at this and spoken to the Conflict of Interest Board many, many, many times in order to avoid not only the restrictions in the statute, but avoiding lobbying altogether, which I do not do. And clearly, at least the way, my understanding of the way the city's Conflict of Interest Board interprets appear, it is much, much broader than the state. And it really refers to any communication, basically, on behalf of a paying client that...
Appear is not just physical, it's telephonically,
It's not just physical, and I can't say that that would necessarily be the same as Dr. Tisch pointed out for legislators or council members as it is for appointed officials, but certainly for appointed officials, it is appearances, essentially any contact with your former agency, then I dare say...
And it's a
Ms.
lifetime ban on
Paoli
any
has
item.
looked at this as well, and and been on the very, very safe side of this issue, and been very conservative about it. And as you know, in certain positions in the city, that doesn't just apply to your prior agency, but applies to any appearance before any city agency, and this is on the senior official policy-making side. I can't speak for what the legislators do. But it is much more, having been in both state and city government, is much more restrictive in the city than the state.
So you accept that friendly
I do.
amendment? And then Jim?
Just really quickly, also, although I don't know Albany well, I know the city's lobbying laws very well, and things that ordinary people would not necessarily consider lobbying in the city are lobbying. So, for example, an engineer testifying before city planning can be lobbying. So it's actually quite broad at the city level.
Any more discussion? Call the question? Second?
You just
Question
repeat
we're
what
on,
question?
as I understand, the amended proposal is to establish a 2-year post-employment appearance ban for elected officials and senior appointed officials, consistent with the city's current ban.
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
Abstain.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
Yes.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Abstain.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Yes.
Commissioner Vaca?
Yes.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes, and I'd just like to stress, underscore one of the things that Dr. Tisch said, which is even though the city's restrictions are somewhat stricter than the state's, I do think, given the fact that so many matters are intertwined between the city and the state, bringing the city and state into alignment on this, at least in terms of time, is, I think, a step forward. So I vote yes.
Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
Thirteen in the affirmative, 2 abstentions. Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, prohibit members of the Conflict of Interest Board from making political donations.
Yes, I'm proposing that members of the Conflict and Interest Board should not be allowed to donate to municipal campaigns. They can donate, obviously, to any other kinds of campaigns. I think that that agency, which is the arbiter of conflicts of interest, should not have commissioners donating to office holders. There's an appearance of impropriety, and that body calls for those commissioners not to be lobbyists and not to run for office, but it allows them to donate to campaigns, municipal campaigns. I think it's a conflict. I'd like to ban that practice.
Discussion? Call the question? Second? Call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
No.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
Yes.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Can I ask a point of clarification? The ban would be on current appointees of the Conflict of Interest Board, but it would not presuppose people who made a contribution in the past to municipal candidates would
Right.
be allowed to be appointed to the Conflict of Interest Board.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when they're on the board, when they're commissioners,
So it's during the time that
during
they're
the time they're
commissioners.
commissioners, they should not be donating to campaigns. Obviously, it would be difficult to exclude folks that may have contributed in the past. I don't think it's fair, but I'm open to, do you have a,
And I'm just,
It's, you can't amend it now, it's
yeah, I
in the
was
middle
just
of the vote.
curious. I'm going to pass.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch? Commissioner Vaca? Commissioner Weisbrod?
No, and I'd like to explain my vote. I think this is not an issue that we have adequately discussed. I think there are conceivably First Amendment issues regarding campaign contributions that we haven't really thought about. I think that there are concerns about whether there is precedent for this in terms of which public boards, and is it just the COIB, or are there examples around the country of boards where board members who are not public employees are barred from making political contributions. I just think this is not something that has been, I understand the intent behind it. I understand that we want to make sure that the Conflict of Interest Board members are beyond reproach. We have already recommended an expansion of the appointing authority to the Conflict of Interest Board. And I just think that barring people from making contributions to this body when we haven't really thought it all through is an impetuous step, and therefore I vote no.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Abstain.
Chair Benjamin?
I'm going to vote no on this, and I'd like to be associated with the comments of Commissioner Weisbrod. I think we haven't really looked at this issue. I believe that even the Campaign Finance Board members can contribute. I believe that in many instances, political contributions are considered political speech, and I don't know enough about those issues to vote yes at this.
could I comment on that?
Sure.
Well, I mean, this is not, we're not breaking new ground here. I mean, federal employees can donate to certain candidates. people who work in the securities industries are banned from contributing to folks that they appear before to solicit business. I mean, this is not revolutionary, you know, and I don't think it's a First Amendment issue. It's an issue of conflict.
Sal, I sit on a lot of boards, and some of these boards come along with real restrictions about what I might do politically or not do politically. So there's nothing new under this sun. And when you sign on to a board, there are oftentimes those types of restrictions. And I think in a conflict of interest board in the city of New York, given the headlines that we read every day, I think people would want that level of security in knowing that. So, you know, I mean, why should the conflict of interest board be different than other boards that other citizens sit on?
I associate mine with...
I'm just not aware of any boards in city government that have that requirement.
If I may, Madam Chair, I wish to associate myself with the remarks of Dr. Tisch. The Conflict of Interest Board is held in high esteem and should always be held in high esteem without question. And I think on that basis, I would echo the doctor's remarks.
Okay, but I would also say we're in the middle of a vote here. If you have comments, you get to explain your vote when you're doing it, not... so I vote no.
9 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, 1 abstention. The motion carries.
The next item is to clarify the bounds of the mayor's budget impoundment power.
Okay, I'm going to make this quick. I think that legally the mayor cannot impound for other than financial reasons, but it has happened before, or it may not have been called an impoundment, but the money has been withheld, duly appropriated funds, and my sincere belief is that the fact that a mayor was able to do something similar to that and get away with it and create a situation where thousands of not-for-profits didn't get their funding and descended on City Hall and essentially, I think it created a chill over the council exercising its full budget authority for years after, if not continuing to this day. I think given all the changes we've made in all these amendments to fixed budgets, where the mayor has the right to show an economic necessity for doing something, that we can craft the same language around the impoundment powers and ensure that the mayor, when he impounds, it's only for reasons of fiscal policy and keeping the budget balanced. So I would ask you to please consider supporting this. I think it's probably the most important thing to the council exercising its full budget powers.
Discussion?
Yes, I would like to make a comment. I know, Jim, you feel very strongly about this. I think that changing the nature of the impoundment statute fundamentally takes the control of the executive budget away from the mayor and puts it more in the hands of the council, which is just not meant to be.
Only if he wants to impound for political or policy reasons, which he should not be doing. Political reasons shouldn't be a consideration, and policy reasons should be discussed in the budget negotiations. I would disagree.
Any other discussion? Paula?
I also feel that we should not do any harm, and we've made great progress in our financial position with institutions, and I just do not think we should make any changes right now.
Carl?
As one commissioner who shall remain nameless said to me privately and maybe said publicly, this is a solution looking for a problem, and this is an instance that arose. Issue of impoundment being used inappropriately is an issue that arose once, some 25 years ago. I think we should be, for reasons stated by others, extremely, extremely careful about messing around with a budget process that has produced balanced budgets, effective budgets, and has produced well-managed budgets over the last 4 decades. And I am one who remembers well when the city did not do this and not do it well and was not fiscally managed. So I really would urge that with respect to impoundment, where there has not been an issue, where the mayor has to be the one who, whoever that mayor is, who addresses and deals with emerging challenges, and we've had a few in all of our lifetimes that have stressed the city and our fiscal condition. I just think we cannot erode the power of the mayor to act responsibly in this area.
Any other discussion? Call the question? Yes. Second? Second. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese? Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
No.
Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Fiala?
Just quickly to explain, Commissioner Karas, if I had gold stars, I'd put the whole packet on you. You have been for as long as I know you, and you were there when it happened, so I understand your great concern, and I know it's for the betterment of the city. I think it's just a stretch too far, so I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Gavin?
No.
Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
No.
Commissioner Miller?
No.
Commissioner Nori?
No.
Commissioner Tisch?
No.
Commissioner Vaca?
No.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
No.
Commissioner Albanese?
No.
Chair Benjamin?
No.
1 in the affirmative, 14 negative. Motion fails.
Establish a commission to study the management and investment performance of the city's public pension fund. Discussion?
You've all heard me talk about the New York City pension system, and this is no reflection on the folks running the system, but structurally it is it's archaic, it's underfunded, its performance is subpar when you compare it to the Canadian model and some models in Europe and even some models in the U.S. It's cumbersome, and Mayor Bloomberg and John Liu tried to restructure the pension system, and they predicted that it would save $1 billion. That was years ago. My stats say that we could save $2 billion a year. The city is allocating about $12 billion into the pension system. It's a great system, but it's a clunker. It needs to be overhauled so its performance can be upgraded. And it's controversial. Some of the labor unions won't be happy with it. The controller may not be happy with it because I've called for devolution of the pension system out of that office into an independent agency. But obviously there are state laws involved and there's some conflicts. So what I'm proposing is that a commission of financial experts, a blue ribbon commission, study our pension system and come up with a couple of models to determine how we can best improve its performance. I've shown through a couple of conversations with staff, how the Canadian system is significantly better, and they're saving an awful lot of money because they've got a state-of-the-art pension system, while New York City's is a clunker. We're the financial capital of the world, and we have a cumbersome pension plan. And by the way, things will get significantly worse in terms of dollars going into that plan from the city, because the baby boomers are retiring, and you're going to be pumping a lot more money into that system. And if you look at it in comparison to the Canadian Investment Board, it's been, it outperforms it by 2% every year. That's an awful lot of money. So I'm calling for commission to study it, to see if we can develop a better model.
Comments? Any other discussion? Call the question. Second? I had lost my mind for a minute. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli? No. Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
No.
Commissioner Cordero?
Sorry, I was distracted. No.
Commissioner Fiala?
Yes.
Commissioner Gavin?
No.
Commissioner Green? Commissioner Hirsch?
No.
Commissioner Miller?
I don't think a study would hurt, yes.
Commissioner Nori?
No.
Commissioner Tisch? Commissioner Vaca?
I'll vote no.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
No.
Chair Benjamin?
No. We can hold the vote for a few minutes or announcing it so that when Commissioner Green returns, she'll be able to vote. The next item, I believe, is that we're going to set that aside at this moment. The next item, I believe, Jim, you wanted to speak about?
Yes. We had a lot of people come before us about, comprehensive planning, strategic planning, and I think it's a really important issue. I had sort of synthesized everything people had come to us and said, and I think there's something that could be done here something that could be done by taking, the goals that we heard, equity, resiliency, access to housing, a citywide conditions assessment, coordinating the various planning documents, and clarifying the timing of those documents, the agencies responsible for them, with a robust community engagement process. I was going to move that we require the council to do this by local law. I don't think most of the members here are there yet, but I think it's really important. I mean, a lot of people spent a lot of time on this, came to us, they have some really good ideas, and I think if you look at everything they were saying, aside from the fact that many of them wanted it to be binding, which I don't think there's any way we're there yet, but this sort of boils down what they were saying, and it seems to me that, this could be done as a, sort of readily done as a first step. So I won't raise it as a motion now, but I would really like to emphasize that I think we should make clear in our report that we think the council should proceed with this as a sort of significant first step forward to some type of organized and strategic planning.
Thank you, Jim. As you know, I was very concerned. This was I thought originally when I agreed to sit on this commission, this would be my signature issue. But then I realized as time went on how difficult it was to try and put forth a vision for a plan that somebody else was going to have to carry out in a way that we did not know. And you certainly have my commitment that I would like to have an after-action type of report from the commission that would recommend both to the administration and to the council further steps that we think could be taken, and that would transmit some of the information that we received from both interested groups and our expert testimony, so that they could take a look at what we heard and why that's important in making their determination. Certainly.
Sorry, I'll turn it on. Thank you, Doug. Are you talking about the first bullet or the collective of bullets? Because I have to say, I don't know much about land use. My last name is Tish, not Tishman, and people often think we're related, but we're not, and we're not in the real estate industry, so I plead ignorance on the subject. However, I thought sitting on this commission was a remarkable tutorial in the advocacy of communities around development. And so what you say now about your first bullet, I could actually interpret through all these land use bullets. So I'm just wondering, are you talking as a collective of making an addendum to the suggestions, or are you just doing the first bullet?
Right now, I'm just talking about the first bullet, the strategic planning. And I think what I provided on the paper, although I'm not going to make the motion, is sort of a synthesis of what I thought people were asking for and what made sense given how far we've gotten. I think any more to make a document binding would require a charter commission. But I think we're in a position that we could, rather than make a motion here for us to order the council to pass a local law, which is a little unusual, we're in a position that I'm saying we should strongly recommend that the council and the administration pick up on this and carry it forward.
Carl, you were next.
Yeah, I would just like to, first of all, I appreciate, Jim, your receptivity to a staff report. And I think one of the things all of us recognize, having sat through so many of our meetings and hearings, is how incredibly complex this area is. And just going back to our first maxim of do no harm, I think it's really important that the issue be looked at and examined very, very carefully by the administration and by the council. And I do think that based on what we've heard and the expertise of the staff and commissioners, that we can provide to the council and the administration some thoughts that would help guide them and enable them to make improvements and be responsive to many of the things we've heard. So I appreciate what the chair said, and appreciate what you said, and I do think that I hope that there is a consensus that the staff will be able to draft a report with some guidance, and I think that will be beneficial to the city as a whole.
Now, we won't be considering this one further. And as to your question, Merrill, I think the next item, the ban employees, is being proposed by a different member. So, and that member was, I believe, Jimmy Vaca? Oh, Commissioner Green, we did hold the vote open on the establishing the commission to study the management and investment performance of the city's public pension fund so that you would be able to vote. How do you vote?
Trying to, sorry. No.
Chair Benjamin, I was distracted during that vote, and I said no, but I wanted to change the vote to yes.
Okay? Let us read the vote now.
The vote on the motion relating to pensions, 4 in the affirmative, 11 in the negative. Motion carries. Fails, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And can we count? This was Vaca. I'm sorry, Sal, this is you. I thought it was Commissioner Vaca. The banning employees of real estate firms and advisors from serving on agencies.
Those Italians all look alike.
Maybe. I'm married to one. And you don't look like him.
Sal, you're a prolific guy.
Well, I don't know. I've certainly taken quite a few losses, if that's what you mean. Yes, you know, we've talked about real estate, Commissioner Tisch, you just referred to it, and the hue and cry around the city over decisions made by planning boards, the city planning commission, and in real estate in New York City is it. I mean, it's like oil in Texas. And one of the things that we should be doing as a commission is, I think it's the most important thing, is checks and balances and minimizing conflicts of interest. And we've seen folks that have testified here that have brought the issue of real estate employees and advisors to real estate firms sitting on the City Planning Commission, on the Board of Standards and Appeal, Department of Buildings, HPD, and what have you. All these areas, all these agencies, I've listed them in the proposal, have crucial impact on many neighborhoods around the city. So in the spirit of minimizing conflicts of interest, I don't think that real estate employees, people who work in that business, should be making these decisions and sitting on those boards. So I'm calling for a ban on those folks from sitting on those agencies I just listed.
Discussion? Jimmy Vaca, then Carl, then Allison.
I just think that in this motion, we are combining boards with agencies. So I would look to do a separate, I do not think you can ban individuals who have a history in real estate or anything else from being a city employee, but to have them making policy through commissions, that could be another question. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
I think Commissioner Vaca made a very good point, and I would draw the agencies involved from the amendment, HPD, but landmarks, the Department of City Planning, the Board of Standards and Appeal, Department of Buildings should be omitted, and landmarks should be included, and EDC should be omitted.
I would say, though, that on the Landmarks Preservation Commission, they're required to have and BSA, they're required to have a person with real estate experience in the industry, so.
Is that what the administrative code says?
I believe that's what the charter says. We can certainly, yeah.
Okay, I will withdraw that if that's the case. I mean, city planning and the Board of Standards and Appeals has been the source of complaints by advocates, land use folks. They've submitted testimony. They decry what they perceive to be bias when these decisions are made. Some folks even talked about banning folks who work in real estate from chairing the land use committee on planning boards. I wouldn't go that far, but certainly these major agencies should be considered for a ban.
I would ask a question of staff whether the Board of Standards and Appeals is required to have an appraiser, a real estate person on that board also?
Madam Chair, let me say that you could have an appraiser that doesn't work for a real estate outfit, or doesn't, and they could just...
That's what they do.
Well, but they may not, they may be retired, they may not be professionally engaged in that area during that point in their career.
But I know in the case of Landmarks, that was put on specifically because people wanted, there's an issue of financial,
Hardship?
yes, and they wanted to have expertise in real estate to be able to evaluate that by,
Do those folks make decisions, or they just provide an appraisal?
no, they're commissioners, they make decisions. But they wanted to have that expertise on those boards because there had been a sense on some of those boards that the commissioners were acting without regard to the financial consequences, et cetera, so they put people like that on. That's just, the staff is looking up whether BSA has that requirement, I'm not sure, but I do know that Landmarks and, okay, no, the BSA is a planner, an architect, and an engineer are required. But they are, would you consider those real estate persons?
Probably employed by one. They're probably employed by one.
I mean,
Can't that be contracted out and get some feedback from folks who are in the arena? Why should they be making decisions?
I think that the thinking was to have a robust board with lots of different opinions. They do have fairly robust, I know, conflict of interest as to individual matters that may come before them and what, in fact, they can vote on, what they can discuss. I mean, Carl might be better able to talk about the restrictions at city planning, but I just wanted to make you aware that there were these concerns. I know Allison, were you next, Jimmy, or? Oh, I'm sorry, Carl was next, and then Jimmy and Allison.
Well, I'd just like to speak against the whole intent of this proposal. In many respects, it's sort of like saying doctors shouldn't be on medical boards. I mean, to some extent, we really do want experts who are knowledgeable in a field to be able to assess the merits one way or the other of very complex matters, whether economic or real estate or whatever, that are before them. And that's true of virtually every conceivable board of all kinds that are regulatory bodies. I think the crucial goal is to make sure that the body as a whole is representative of the city as a whole and representative of a variety of different disciplines, interests, communities, and the like. And that is why, as you know, I reacted to comments that came before us about the makeup of the City Planning Commission, which, if, as I said at the time, and if you look at, is broadly representative of communities, representative of various different disciplines, representative of people who've been on community boards and the like, and that is not even remotely the only board of its type like that. All boards should be like that. As the chair said, and as we have examined here, the control on all of this is a robust, active, disciplined conflict of interest board. And I can only attest for my
Who's
own...
not going to be able to make political contributions?
Who's now not going to be able, as my colleague, Dr. Tisch points out, will not be able to make political contributions. But does establish rules that assure transparency, assure no conflict of interest. One of the reasons that we discussed here about assuring that, or concerns about Landmarks commissioners getting salaries is because the conflict of interest rules that would apply to them, as they do apply at the City Planning Commission, are very, very strict if you have a salary. So I think this is, to say that the intent of this is to actually make things more robust and more transparent, I think would end up eliminating a great deal of expertise that's crucial for the city and really leaving, in some respects, the chicken coop unguarded. So I think this is really a step in absolutely the wrong direction.
Well, you know, I respectfully disagree on...
I think Jimmy Vaca was next, and then Allison, and then...
I thank you, Madam Chair. I do think that it's the City Planning Commission, of all the agencies and commissions mentioned in Sal's motion, that would concern me the most, because most people in communities throughout the city feel that it is a rubber stamp. The appointees on the Planning Commission do as those who appoint them tell them to do. The commission is appointed in majority by the mayor. And people who say that they would like a robust conflict of interest board, and that conflict of interest board will look at the City Planning Commission. This conflict of interest board is controlled by the mayor, and an attempt that I made here to do otherwise was defeated by the commission. So my point here is that we should look at the City Planning Commission. We should look at the fact that so much of what they give local neighborhoods when it comes to ULURP applications is cut and paste from one application to another. And that's where there's a lack of faith. And I do think that Sal is correct in saying that the Planning Commission, that there should be a period of time where developers and real estate interest people should not be appointed to the commission, that would give that more credibility. It's not going to change the fact that they're going to vote as their principal tells them to vote. But at least people will not know that these individuals come from the developer sector of our city, when in fact what they're considering day in and day out is further development, zone changes that often promote development. So I'm arguing to give this commission a little bit of independence, a little bit of a step back from the development community.
Allison?
So I largely want to associate myself with Commissioner Weisbrod's comments, and also just raise a concern that, you know, it's clear even in this conversation that we don't even know what the definition of a real estate firm or advisor is. And this ban could be taken to such an extreme. We've had situations where members of our union who work in buildings have been accused of being real estate interests because they are employed by real estate companies in buildings. And so I just think it is a step too far. And I am also concerned about both the ambiguity and the fact that it is hard to remove the folks who understand how buildings functions and get built from the idea of development in the city. It doesn't seem to me the right correction at this time.
Sal?
I would, just to clear up the ambiguity, I think that Commissioner Vaca made an excellent point. The City Planning Commission is what most people in New York City think is a rubber stamp. So I would amend the language just to focus on the City Planning Commission, that people who are employees of real estate firms or advising those firms should not serve on the commission.
What is a real estate firm? If I am an architectural firm, is that a real estate firm?
If you're in the real estate business, that's a real estate firm.
I work for an architectural firm. And I design buildings.
I wouldn't consider you a real estate professional, and I would consider you an architect.
I think they would consider themselves to be real estate professionals.
Let me also point out that you do need expertise. You have an executive director on the City Planning Commission, correct?
Yes.
Those are the folks that provide the technical expertise. And you also, in my opinion, have a dearth of urban planners. I mean, it's amazing that the City Planning Commission is, I think, 1 or 2 urban planners on that commission, people that have a
Well, they have
broad
architects,
view.
they have engineers.
I mean, Sal, let me just say, Sal, you need on a planning commission, I cannot tell you how important it is to have an engineer on the planning commission, how important it is to have an urban designer on the planning
Who
commission.
said an engineer is a
how
real estate
important-
professional?
That's who their clients are. That's who they work for. How important it is to have architects on the planning commission and planners on the planning commission and lawyers on the planning commission. I mean, these are the people who really, from very, very different perspectives, help understand and help guide development. And bad development can be eliminated because of their expertise. And I cannot tell you how many times those experts, because of their expertise, have managed to assure that bad plans do not go forward. And I think all of us are concerned about conflicts of interest, but to eliminate a class of expertise and say, we're not going to have people who work for real estate companies, even though their companies are not coming before the Planning Commission, or people who are architects who work for real estate companies and their clients are not coming before the Planning Commission, or people who are urban designers or open space designers. I mean, these are the people who really should be looking carefully at projects that come before the Planning Commission, and along with people from the community. And as you know, the current Planning Commission has at least 3 or 4 people who are either community chairs or members and chairs of key subcommittees of community boards. So that's the balance that you're trying to maintain. And I would point out also that other than the chair, every single one of those people have to come before the city council for advice and consent and approval. So I just think that this is honestly a misguided attempt to deal with the issue that Jimmy Vaca is talking about, which is there too much weight to one person or another? But that's not going to be solved by eliminating a whole class of expertise.
Carl, would you not acknowledge that there's a perception amongst many in the city that the City Planning Commission is dominated by big real estate interests?
I appreciate that there's, as we heard a lot about the view of growth generally in the city before us, but that's not to say it can be addressed by simply saying, well, let's just eliminate a whole category, a huge category, as the chair has suggested, of individuals who bring a great deal of expertise to the decision-making we want to see in the city.
Madam Chair, perhaps you know this, or Carl, but are lobbyists allowed to be members of the City Planning Commission? Registered lobbyists, are they allowed to be on the Planning Commission? I think they are. And I raised that question.
I don't know of any.
I'm asking as to your knowledge.
I'm not aware. I don't know what the law is, but I'm not aware of any current member of the Planning Commission that's a lobbyist. And they certainly, obviously, can't lobby the Planning Commission. And in fact, I'm fairly convinced they can't have any business with the city directly.
I feel that lobbyists or people who lobby for people doing business with the city should not be on the City Planning Commission. There is a data bank that the Campaign Finance Board has, doing business as. If you're doing business with, rather, if you're doing business with the city, you are in a data bank of the Campaign Finance Board, and you can only contribute a very low amount to candidates, and that is not matched.
Jimmy, actually, let me just say something very specific in this regard. At least when I was chairing the Planning Commission, I'm sure it's still true today, that it was extremely difficult to get architects to come on the Planning Commission if they were a principal in a firm that was doing business with the city. They could not be in the Planning Commission, and that eliminated many architects who were in small firms. Now, in a big firm, that person is excluded from doing business from the city, and, you know, it's a big wall around that person. But to your point, a member of the Planning Commission cannot have a financial stake in a company that's doing business in the city, or can't be a principal in a company that's doing business with the city. And that's been an issue at the Landmarks Commission in finding appropriate commissioners, and certainly has been a challenge at the Planning Commission. And again, I point out one of the reasons that we've been cautious about giving salaries and compensation to members of the Landmarks Commission is because of the heightened conflict rules that apply. So I just think that this is an area we really should not go further in.
If I can clarify, back to my point, and I thank Carl for his clarification. I do think the issue with the City Planning Commission is structural, in so much as control of the commission by the mayor of the city of New York, whoever that is. I think people feel that that's become a rubber stamp, and it's been a rubber stamp for a while. However, the commission has indicated that they're not going to change that power dynamic. So if they're not going to change that power dynamic, then we are at least entitled to have full knowledge that if you are a lobbyist for someone defined by the Campaign Finance Board as doing business with the city of New York, that you cannot be on the City Planning Commission. And I would offer that as an amendment to Commissioner Albanese's proposal.
It's a friendly amendment that I accept.
Well, can you please, I need clarification. Can you mind repeating that?
If you are a lobbyist for a firm defined by the Campaign Finance Board as doing business with New York City, that you are not eligible for membership on the City Planning Commission. And that, by the way, that list is transparent, it's online. These are people that have city contracts. This is not an unlimited list of people, but that is at minimum something that we can do as a matter of faith with the people in our neighborhoods who are looking for this type of action on the Planning Commission.
Several of the members and staff have asked that, Sal, you restate what your...
Well, I've accepted. My proposal was fairly simple, but obviously there are complications with it, as pointed out by a number of the commissioners, which I understand and I'm contemplating. But basically, I propose that we ban folks that are in the real estate business or advising real estate firms from serving on the commission, on the City Planning Commission. I would draw some of the other boards and agencies that I mentioned in view of the comments that have been made. But I think Commissioner Fiala, in his
Now, you
eloquent-
think they all look alike.
I'm sorry?
Now, you think they all look alike.
Commissioner Fiala, Commissioner Vaca. Yeah, they're both, both council members, ex-council members. I think that Commissioner Vaca eloquently pointed out a very clear issue that there is a Vendex where you are able to ascertain whether you're doing business with the city, right?
But Vendex isn't the same as the conflict, as being a registered lobbyist, and I thought...
But it tells you if you're doing business with the city, doesn't it, at that point?
But that wasn't his amendment. His amendment was about lobbyists.
Well, lobbyists, but you also said doing business with the city.
Yes, the word Vendex is not the appropriate word, but my motion, I'd like to move my amendment to the motion. My amendment to the motion, then if Commissioner Albanese wants to get back to his, that's fine, I'm sure you would say that. But my point is that if you are a lobbyist for a firm listed as doing business with the city of New York through the Campaign Finance Board, that you would not be eligible to serve on the City Planning Commission. Very clear.
I'm just concerned that we're putting things together that don't really go together. I see the person in the audience who helped write the Doing Business database with me a bunch of years ago. And for example, the head of a not-for-profit may be in the Doing Business database because he comes to the city council, he or she comes to the city council to ask for money for a large not-for-profit every year. They may have nothing to do with land use, but under that, they would be banned from serving on the City Planning Commission. And I'm just scared we're going to have all sorts of unintended consequences. And while I fully support the idea of not having the City Planning Commission controlled by real estate interests, on the other hand, I'm also worried when we're using terms like advise that, you know, we'll end up with a City Planning Commission without an architect. And, you know, oftentimes it's the architect on the panel that stops the hideous building
Let me
from
clarify.
being built. And just
I did not use the word advise.
no,
That's not in my
but that's
motion.
in the. I'm not. And then finally, you know, I'm not sure what a real estate firm is either, and I heard somebody testify before the commission that one of the city planning commissioners was, you know, in a real estate related business, not-for-profit business. And that happens to be a city planning commissioner who does a lot of work with not-for-profits, who's, if I remember correctly, has often supported our office against major developments. So I just feel like we're wading into this way too much at the last minute, and there are just all sorts of pitfalls here. So I just caution everybody.
I'd like to,
Let me,
Carl, then Sal, and then I'd like to call the question.
yeah, I mean,
Can I just say, and this is just supporting what Jim said, I think we just have to be a little careful. We are getting a little far afield and on the fly, sort of making quick decisions, on issues that really haven't come before us. And I think we've been very, very responsible up until now to think through both the staff recommendations, testimony that's been before us on issues, and as we get close to wrapping up, I just think we should be really, really careful about not sort of manufacturing new policy and new recommendations on the fly without really understanding anything about what the potential implications might be.
Sal?
I think many of the commissioners have made valid points on this, and I'm willing to withdraw my my proposal, and if Commissioner Vaca wants to move his, I'll certainly support it. But I think there were a lot of issues that were raised which were valid during this discussion. I still believe that we need, and it's probably something we can do tonight or in this commission, to figure out how to minimize conflicts of interest at the City Planning Commission, because they're there. I know that some of the appointees have no business sitting on that commission. They're just political folks with no experience in either real estate or engineering. They're just appointed by some political leaders. I don't have the answer tonight to how we address that problem.
Thank you, Sal.
I just come back to the point. I understand this was not raised on the fly. I've long felt that lobbyists should not be on the City Planning Commission. I asked the chair a question. Are lobbyists allowed to be on the Planning Commission? The answer is basically yes, they are. So I get that answer, and I then say, well, wait a minute. If you're lobbying
Wait,
for...
that's not exactly what I said.
Did you say that? I thought the answer from the group was that, yes, lobbyists are allowed.
No, that wasn't what I said. I said that there are people who on the commission who may also, at one stage or another, be on, their firms may do business with the city. Their firms, if they are with a firm, or their employer may have items that go before the commission. I mean, the example that Jim gave of one of the commissioners who does a lot of not-for-profit housing. You would have to call that real estate, but every time there is a vote that may involve her or her firm or her concern, she may not vote on those. She may not discuss them.
And Jim, she may well, now that Jim Karras has pointed this out and the chair has pointed this out, she may well be a registered lobbyist. She is a head of a CEO of a not-for-profit housing company that, as I think Jim well knows, has been a voice for against real estate interests for the most part. She is a registered lobbyist because she has to be a registered lobbyist if she's coming before the city on behalf of her organization for money or for a project.
Yes, but
that doesn't come before the Planning Commission. She's probably registered. She's not a lobbyist by profession, but she has to register as a lobbyist, our lobbying laws are very tough.
We have determined in this city long ago that we want to limit the influence of lobbyists.
So
we have set a standard at the Campaign Finance Board where lobbyist contributions are limited and where the money that they provide is not matched. So many candidates do not even accept any lobbyist money. So here, I will modify my motion, and I will just say that we are prohibiting registered lobbyists from serving on the City Planning Commission.
So Jim,
Wait a minute.
I'll modify my motion.
Let me.
It's very clear.
What we
I just
had.
don't want
Wait.
registered lobbyists.
What we had was Sal's motion, which he has indicated he no longer wishes to pursue. That motion is not before us. If you now want to propose a different motion, you will have to wait until after.
No. I am modifying my amendment to remove the reference to the Campaign Finance Board and to say that registered lobbyists will not be allowed to sit on the on the City Planning Commission.
But you can't amend a motion that's been withdrawn by the sponsor.
That's true. He withdrew my motion, so my amendment...
He withdrew his motion.
He removed his motion.
And you were amending his motion, but his motion isn't there now.
I'm amending my amendment. I'm not amending his motion.
You can amend an amendment to a motion that's no longer there.
So then whatever I do is out.
It's right. So you have to wait till new business to offer that.
I'll wait till new business.
We could pursue it, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is from Commissioner Fiella.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the proposal before you, I refer you to my memorandum to all of you last October of 2018, wherein I submitted to you that in my judgment, there existed a strong evidentiary basis based on our now 3 decades of experience operating under the 89 framework to support the conclusion that the existing language in the Charter does not provide the sufficient institutional mechanisms allowing for the effective representation of borough interest and service delivery needs. As I outlined then and throughout many of our public meetings across the city, I seek to ensure a meaningful voice, a meaningful borough voice, by way of strengthening the tools of the borough presidents in their role as a counterbalance to a strong and often insulated central bureaucracy. If we start with this premise that there are 3 unique levels of representation and perspective in this city, a local level, a borough level, and a city level, we identify ourselves as members of a community or neighborhood, residents of a particular borough, and citizens of a city. 3 different unique entities. The threshold question then is this: does the charter as presently constructed provide the requisite tools and procedural leverage needed to position borough presidents as an influential, even if not a binding, decisional-making authority, but an influential, nonetheless, unifying voice as the intermediate level voice, namely the borough? I submit to you that the language does not. Instead, what our 30 years of experience shows us is that borough presidents do indeed lack the procedural leverage to compel serious discussion and serious consideration of their viewpoints and their proposals. Nowhere in the charter have the promises and forecasted outcomes articulated by the 89 framers fallen short of being realized than in this area of borough interest and the intended roles for borough presidents. In theory, borough presidents were to be meaningfully integrated into the major areas of governmental decision-making. Indeed, that was the picture painted: a new governmental framework that included a new robust role for borough presidents in a post-1989 era. And it's important to understand this historical perspective because it will help guide you in making an informed decision on my proposal. As a councilman, I testified at the very first Charter Revision Commission held after the '89 Commission. That commission in 1998. I expressed then my belief that the intended vision for the role of borough presidents had not materialized as espoused by the '89 Commission. Some could have argued, and did argue, that it was merely growing pains, and that all of the institutional players, the city council, the public advocate, the borough presidents, and to a lesser extent, the mayor and the comptroller, were all still getting their sea legs, and that it would take time for them to sufficiently grow into their roles. There was an element of truth to that, and I concede to that assertion. Indeed, as a member of the city council, Gail, Jim, we were there, I experienced firsthand the growing pains that the council faced as it continued to assert itself and exercise its recently newfound powers. I was there when we went head-to-head with the executive branch and passed our own budget rather than act on and adopt the mayor's budget. So growing pains, yes, but that does not explain it all, at least not with respect to the borough presidents. Here we are now, 30 years later, not 8 years later, 30 years later into our experiment with the '89 framework. One could not argue now with a straight face that the problem with borough presidents are still a matter of growing pains. Rather, the diagnosis, I believe, is a systemic shortcoming in the existing charter language. I've used the following example over and over and over again over the past 2 decades to make the point, and here it is. The '89 charter designed a picture of what the 89 commissioners designed a picture of what they intended the office to look like. So I want you now to envision a picture, a children's connect the dot by diagram number picture. You remember how that happens. You connect dot 1, dot 2, dot 3, and when you've connected all of the dots in the right order, the result is the picture of the designer's vision. A beautiful horse, a picturesque landscape, maybe a magnificent ship. But what happens if a few of those dots are missing or are misarranged or are out of sequence? The result is you get an incomplete picture. The result is the original vision of the designer doesn't match the reality of the finished product. That, my colleagues, is the metaphor that I believe speaks to what happened with the design of the '89 framework. The role of the office of borough president has not been realized to the extent the framers intended and forecast. That vision and that extent bears repeating today. Verbatim, September 29th, 1989. The overall thrust of charter revision is not to diminish the role of borough presidents, but to give them new executive functions within their boroughs, functions which will enable them to initiate proposals, require them to make fiscal, land use, and service delivery choices, and compel compel public deliberation and decision on their initiatives. September 29, 1989, Chairman Fritz Schwartz and Executive Director Eric Lane. Fast forward to 1998, a New York School Law Review. They reaffirmed that position, verbatim. The evidentiary basis I submitted over the last year, and indeed over the last nearly quarter century, the proposals that I've advanced over our time together, including the measure before us, and my opinions about the intended role and functions for the office were not simply made out of whole cloth by me, with no grounding in facts. The proposal before you, the only one left of the borough presidential proposals that I believe has a shot of passing, so the only one that I've advanced at this meeting, wasn't crafted to bolster my vision of what the borough presidents should be. No, rather it was crafted to bolster and deliver on the original intent and the intended role for borough presidents as expressed succinctly and unambiguously by Chairman Schwartz and Executive Director in 1989 and reaffirmed in 1998. Finally, you don't have to guess or stress over whether or not my interpretation of what the 89 framers were divining and intending as the role of borough presidents. I'm not telling you what I interpreted their intentions to mean. I'm reporting on their interpretations of what they intended to mean. The proposal before you meets my standard of approaching our work as civic surgeons and first ensuring we do no harm. It does not alter the structural integrity of the checks and balances system put in place by the 89 framers. Indeed, you heard from Professors Doug Muzio and Eric Lane, two men there at the founding, that they agreed and confirmed that in their testimonial exchange with me earlier this year in that big room. The amendment before us also meets my standard of the Goldilocks dilemma. It's not too cold, it's not too hot, it's kind of just right. The proposal, in truth, is modest but meaningful. It provides a structural forum for dialogue, collaboration, coordination, procedural leverage to compel discussion and consideration of a borough president's view and proposals. That's all it does. The ancient Greeks had a word that they used for seizing the occasion, kairos. I ask you to support this measure and take us one step closer to the 89 framers' view and commitment to ensuring a continued place and voice of borough interest in our governmental ecosystem. Now is the time to do it. 30 years is long enough. I ask you all to please throw me a pity yes vote, if you will.
Jim, discussion?
A friendly amendment without Steve getting all hostile on me. I would suggest two changes. One is to divide up the agencies a bit. So I would leave what Steve had in terms of deputy commissioners, borough commissioners from the Department of Buildings, Department of Transportation, Department of Parks and Recreation, as well as the borough director of the Department of City Planning. And then I would say something to the effect of, and where applicable, the borough command of the New York City Fire Department, the New York City Police Department, the Economic Development Corporation, HPD, and relevant community board chair or designee thereof. So that way, if you're talking about a park issue or a street closing issue or a street demapping issue, you don't need the fire department and the police department, but you could have them there where relevant. And then I would also include a reference to discussion of the pre-application materials I was trying to get more of a pre-certification process. That didn't work. At least allow them to discuss those materials in this forum. And I'm fully on board with Steve. All we're asking for is a structured conversation. In a lot of the things I think that didn't go through, we weren't asking to give the borough presidents or other officials necessarily powers of the mayor, but just to sort of amplify their voices a bit, and I think this does that.
I'm going to very nicely say, Jim, you've given a lot of thought to that, and I know you've done a lot of work on it. I am happy to accept your amendment. I think it does the right blending and balancing, and it does speak to just amplifying a voice. That's all it is. And sadly today, you know what passes for charter reform? Getting people to talk to one another, right? That's really what we're asking here. It does not bind any decision. It simply fosters dialogue. So I accept your amendment.
I agree.
Would you read your amendment again? It doesn't apply to all city. I mean, I noticed that DEP wasn't there, and you said street closings, so.
Have the power to call a borough joint agency technical review meeting, which commissioners, deputy commissioners, or borough commissioners from the Department of Buildings, Department of Transportation, Department of Parks and Recreation, as well as the borough director of the Department of City Planning, and if relevant to a particular meeting agenda, and if relevant to a particular meeting agenda and requested by the borough president, representatives from the borough command of the fire department and the police department, Economic Development Corporation, HPD, and relevant community board chair or designee thereof. I'd be happy to include any other agency with a borough commissioner, if Steve is okay with that, shall attend to review, discuss, and coordinate land use proposals, infrastructure, and building projects within the borough, including but not limited to review and discussion of pre-application materials for land use applications within the borough. The joint agency technical review meeting shall be chaired by the borough president or his or her designee.
Oh, I'm sorry, Paula?
I'm not clear why those structured conversations can't happen now.
I'm not either, but they haven't happened appropriately for 30 years. This proposal has been around for 20 years, and I've been on 2 of the commissions where we vetted it. This proposal is the most modest of all of the proposals that have been suggested.
But it could happen now. There's nothing to prevent it happening now, the structured conversations.
30 years of experience, Commissioner, 30 years of experience. You know, units of appropriation, what we did last week, it's the same thing. It's sadly needed today. I wish it weren't, but it seems that we need to provide so much guidance as to what we expect people to do today. It's just the way of the world. But I just think that I've waited 22 years. This is the last commission I'm ever going to be on. I have news for you. There's nothing great about this proposal. You remember what I wanted? I wanted budgetary authorities. Remember, I'm not going to go into it. I talked about all of the different languages. I realized that the intersection there would have addressed the structural imbalance. This does nothing to the structural integrity. But 30 years is a long time indeed.
And I think, Paula, often, can I?
Did you have your hand up, Carl? Hold on one
I
minute.
did, but I will let Jim.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. I was just going to say really quickly, I think often what happens is if there is a major rezoning or something where a bunch of agencies are involved, they will come in together to have a serious discussion literally in the waning days of the borough president's, 30-day review period. But there's not anything for sort of regular discussion or ongoing discussion or advanced discussions. And I just think giving the borough president this power, again, it's very modest.
Carl, you were next?
Yes, I think I appreciate both Steve and Jim's comments here. I have to say that we're talking about to be clear, two quite separate things that have been conflated. One is, I think Jim has focused largely on the land use development, EULA role of the borough president, and I admire his creativity in trying to relitigate the issue of pre-applications that we already decided last week. And I think Stephen is talking more, and obviously they're overlapping, about the role of the borough president as service manager, really, and coordinating services within a borough. Just to Paula's question, my experience has been overseeing several city agencies in my career that does take place on an informal basis, and that agencies are responsive to borough presidents and are responsive to them in a coordinated way when the borough president seeks it on a specific issue, and sometimes just on a monthly basis. And I would say that probably the best example of that is in Staten Island today with the current borough president, Jimmy Otto, where he does convene a monthly meeting. I think there's a real problem in what Stephen is proposing and what Jim is expanding. The role of the borough president pre-1989 was not as a manager and executive. In fact, that was the role of the borough president prior to 1898, before consolidation of the city. And I think one of the great things that New York did was consolidate in 1898 and to put these departments under centralized mayoral responsibility instead of having them as borough departments. I can say, and I dare say, that at least Lillian Barrios Paoli will probably confirm this, that you can't really manage a city agency if that agency thinks they have two bosses, and that they are responsible to different borough presidents and different policies in one borough than they are in a different borough. And that's an issue that, under current circumstances, commissioners already face, because borough commissioners, whether they're in HPD or city planning or transportation or Department of Buildings, do want to be responsive to their borough presidents, and at the same time want to be responsive to their central office. You can't do both if you feel that you have two different masters. And I think we should be really, really, really careful about codifying something that does now already take place on a regular basis. And I think, Lillian, you will certainly confirm that, and I think any other commissioner who has been a commissioner of lots of different agencies will confirm that. Because I think commissioners and their agencies do respect the borough presidents, and they will be responsive to them, but to, in effect, and I appreciate what Steve is suggesting, that this is modest and not really giving the borough president managerial control, but in fact, that's what it would be. And I really think that we should avoid proceeding on this issue.
Jimmy?
I support this, but I do agree with the description of it by its sponsor, namely that this is modest. You don't get more modest than this. This is a meeting where the borough president's going to have city agencies come and give a technical presentation on a project. It's a meeting. Right now, the borough presidents have district service cabinet meetings, borough service cabinet meetings. Community boards have district service cabinet meetings, and agencies come. An agency is an agency, or an agency is an agency. I've been at these meetings where the level of representation agencies send is unbelievable. You can have someone who is very low on the totem pole come to these agency meetings that the borough president or the community board calls and not even be able to answer basic questions, but they're there in the room. This motion does not even entail the level of representation issue which the borough presidents and the community boards face. So I support this at minimum. At minimum, it sends a message that we take the borough presidents seriously and that these agencies should take them seriously. Yes, that message has to come from the mayor and the commissioners of every agency, but the reality is over the course of many years of my involvement, that's not been the case. And you have the level of agency representation at these meetings concerns me. So this is modest, but we should adopt it.
Anything else, or call the question? Call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese? Yes. Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
No.
Commissioner Camillo? We're voting on the Commissioner Fiala's BP technical review as amended by Commissioner Karras' amendment.
No.
Commissioner Karras?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
Yes.
Commissioner Gavin?
No.
Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
No.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Norrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Vote. I'm just curious. About an hour ago, we had a conversation about the first bullet under land use, which had to do with asking staff to go back and think through very clearly the hours of testimony that we heard about the frustrations community-wide on the issues of land use and land development. I am not sure why something like this, which, if you listen carefully to the testimony, clearly appeared in multiple circumstances, should not be part of the addendum prepared by staff to be reviewed by City Council. I just don't know that having a line in a charter review asking people to vote about the role of the borough president in city planning really gives voice to the frustration and what was described to us as a lack of collaboration. I'm going to vote no, but I would clearly hope that if this amendment does not pass, that it becomes part of an overall structured report to the council, to the public, about what we learned, what we heard, and what we feel should go back for further review by council.
Commissioner Vaca?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
No.
Chair Benjamin?
No.
Seven in the affirmative, 8 in the negative. Motion fails.
I would certainly, in response to Commissioner Tisch, suggest that we put this in our report, and I would work with you, Commissioner Fiala, to structure language that you would find acceptable in order to make sure that this view, I do think it's important, the borough president's role. I just think this way was not something I could support.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Tisch.
And the last item is, I believe, Jimmy Vaca. Community boards and borough presidents' offices must be included in interagency pre-cert meetings on ULURP items held at City Planning Commission.
I have raised this issue before. I hope that the commission will pass this. Right now, the City Planning Commission staff has agency meetings before an item is ULURPed. Those agency meetings involve City Planning Commission staff, and they involve the agencies involved in a particular project. The community board is an agency, and the borough president is an agency. They are not invited to those meetings. We do hear a lot of people who've testified here, and they've spoken about a lack of community engagement. And we always advocate for community engagement, and the community boards are really little city halls, and they're communities, and they are city agencies, yet they are not at the meetings. They are not there from the beginning. So when they get a ULURP item, the community board already often says, we were not consulted. They get a phone call, they may hear a rumor, but they're not in the room when discussions are asked. I must say, when a project's proposed, City Planning Commission staff will meet with the MTA. They meet with DDC and DOT. So certainly, if they're going to put a bus on the 700 block of Revere Avenue, I'm the district manager. I know the 700 block of Revere Avenue is between Randall and Phillip, and it's all two-family houses, and putting a bus route down that street will disrupt the quality of life of those people. I would be determined, because I know the neighborhood, to find a different bus route. But if I'm not in the room, that proposal is going to come to me with that bus route. And if I'm not in the room, the planners and the bureaucrats from other city agencies who don't live in the community will think nothing of it and say, well, that bus has got to go somewhere. Community board, district managers, and the borough president's office are not in the room, and it's issues like that. You and I may say that they're very parochial. No, they're not parochial. Those are issues that affect quality of life for people. And by not being in the room, they get the application, and the city's already determined to go through with what they want to go through with, and the community feels alienated and not included. So my motion is that we require that community boards and borough president representatives be included in pre-ULURP interagency meetings that the City Planning Commission staff calls, affecting proposals in their district or borough.
Any discussion? Call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
No.
Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
I think even for me, this, even for me, that this may, I think there are oftentimes there are a lot of interagency meetings that are very, very technical. People are going back and forth with city planning staff. I could support this if it said an interagency pre-certification meeting, but I worry about having elected officials, and I've discussed this with you, I think, Jimmy. I worry about having an elected official or a representative of an elected official at these sort of technical meetings that may be dozens of meetings. Because I support what you're trying to get at, I'm going to vote yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
I'm going to follow Jim Karas's lead and vote yes, for the same reason.
Commissioner Gavin?
No.
Commissioner Green?
Sorry. No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
No.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Norrie?
No.
Commissioner Tisch? Commissioner Vaca?
Definitely, yes.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
No.
Chair Benjamin?
No.
Six in the affirmative, 9 in the negative. The motion fails.
We will now move on to, I believe I have a request from Commissioner Nuri.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I'll make this brief. I noticed that Frank Morano has gone home. He's our #1 fan, so we know it's been a long meeting. It's been an honor to serve on this commission during the past year. As an immigrant, a person of color, someone who could easily have taken any number of different paths, to end up sitting at this table with all of you is a great honor. To serve in this capacity to help improve this great city is a great privilege. We at this table have the task of making this city fair, for equal opportunity, for transparency, for honesty. If those in power are dishonest, if those who wield the apparatus of state power are negligent or abusive, we have an obligation to provide a check on that power, especially when there are no legislative fixes. We must act to honor those public servants who are honest, brave, and forthright, who seek to do the right thing. I want us to hold truth and honesty as an ideal for our elected officials, for our judges, for our teachers, and maybe most importantly, for our police officers. This isn't about being for or against cops. This is about the rule of law, about accountability, and about justice. So I was disheartened last week when we lacked the will to take on one of the issues that I truly believe is a matter of life and death in this city: a meaningful change to the powers of the CCRB to address false statements. In my opinion, everything else we do here is just plumbing, moving the pipes of power, plugging leaks in our system, etc. But this one issue can be our legacy to ensure that our system is honest, that those who act on its behalf are honest. The arguments against this proposal are disheartening and dishonest. That police officers will make misstatements, that these misstatements made inadvertently will hurt their careers. In the world of law and order, there's only truth. We can expect no less from the brave men and women who serve our city as police officers. So today, we either stand for truth and honesty, or we stand against it. We either speak up against abuses of power, or we stay silent and ignore the calls from most of the people in this city. Let's do the right thing. So I call on you, commissioners. Is there anyone who voted against Proposal 7 last week who's willing to move to reopen this question?
Yes, and I thank Commissioner Nori for his passionate remarks. I also want to thank Commissioner Hirsch, who, after our meeting last week, where I did vote against this proposal, helped me really see the light on it for what it is, which is that we live in a world today that has discounted the truth, where politicians talk about fake news, where we have a leader who has a scorecard of 10,000 or more lies, where people testify before Congress and simply lie and get away with it. And I don't think that's the democracy of the world that we want. And certainly not the democracy in the world that I grew up in or I want. I wrestled a lot with this issue after my vote last week, and I spent the better part of this past weekend thinking about the issues on both sides, talking to representatives of the CCRB, people who did not think that this was necessary, and the CCRB, in fact, believes that it currently has the power to, within its jurisdiction, to consider false official statements. As Commissioner Norrie said, I also have a great respect for the New York City Police Department, the work it does, and the work it continues to do. And I spent 15 years of my life in Times Square working intimately, day in and day out, with the police department, and really appreciate the pressures that they're under and the work that they do. But I do think that we have an obligation to support the truth and not slide by when people don't tell the truth. And part of my investigation was to ask the CCRB itself what they thought their powers were, and I did get a statement from the CCRB executive director, which I would read into the record, saying that the CCRB, and I'm quoting now, the CCRB believes it has the broad power under the current charter to interpret what constitutes excessive force, abuses of authority, discourtesy, and offensive language. It asserted that power in 2018 when it took the step to change its prior policy of referring allegations of sexual misconduct to the NYPD for investigation. As part of her decision in the case of Lynch versus Davey, Justice Crane upheld that power, and the CCRB has been advised by the law department that while Judge Crane's decision is on appeal, the CCRB is likely to prevail upon appeal. The CCRB commits to engaging in a process of considering false official statements similar to the process it took with regard to sexual misconduct in the coming months. And while I appreciate the statement from the CCRB, and I accept the fact that they, in fact, do have the residual power, inherent power to consider false official statements, and as we all know, not the independent power themselves to sanction, but only recommend sanctions to the police commissioner, who has the final say and can use his judgment appropriately. I do believe that it's really important for this commission to affirm what the CCRB considers its power, to not reject the notion or the optics of the notion that somehow we permit or dismiss allegations of false official statements as if they're not that important, or maybe misstatements, or maybe just errors. I think that those cases where they are simply misstatements that are inconsequential, police officers have the protection that the police commissioner offers. But I think it's really important for this commission to affirmatively assert that we won't tolerate as a society or as a city false official statements, and especially in the times in which we're now living. And so I do, as a member of the majority who voted against this proposal last week, would urge its reconsideration.
I'm going to read the proposed, on reconsideration, it's a majority vote, and I would like to take a 2 or 3 minute recess so that I can go to another room, and I'll be right back. Stand in recess for 2 or 3 minutes. Sorry.
You know, it's You need help? You need help? Where was his car? He said it was at a market. Did you study with Jesuits? Did you study with Jesuits? No. I could have sworn. It was a very, it was a wonderful, by the way, it was a wonderful thing, but it was very Jesuitic. I went to a Jesuit university. That's like, you know, it's like, ah. But it was beautifully done, actually. If it's decided by one vote, you have to go move this car. No sé, what was it? I mean. All things, you know, the New York party. Not to the funny story. Saying something under his breath. That from Daddy does it all the time. That's really great. It's in New York. New York story. For sure. Ah, Lord. We take a gallop poll and see if we can pass the thing. I know. I said, I have a friend whose kid was sitting in the corner of the living
The meeting is back in order. The question is on reconsideration of a vote that we took last week on Proposal 7. The reconsideration would then put the item before us again.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Excuse me? Discussion?
Point of clarification. So the process is we vote to reconsider to put the item before us again, and then we vote on the
Correct.
item? Okay.
Correct. We vote on the item if the reconsideration passes.
Right, obviously.
On reconsideration, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Albanese?
Or pass?
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Karas?
Yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
Yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
No.
Commissioner Gavin?
Yes.
Commissioner Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hirsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Last week, I voted yes on this reconsideration. I'm voting yes again.
Commissioner Nori?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch? Commissioner Vaca?
No.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Chair Benjamin?
Yes.
12 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, 1 abstention. The motion is now being reconsidered.
Discussion? Let me read the motion. Proposal 7 allows CCRB to investigate and recommend discipline against an officer who is the subject of a CCRB complaint if that officer makes a false material statement within the course of CCRB's investigation or prosecution of such complaint. Is there discussion? Seeing none, call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Albanese?
Pass.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
Yes.
Commissioner Camillo?
Move to explain my vote?
Yes?
Just quickly, I want to thank all of the speeches by Commissioner Nori and Weisbrod. I'm really agree with the spirit of the reasons to put this motion forward, and I supported the reconsideration. I will vote no. I do not believe that passing this will largely change anything. This is more of a symbolic action, and for that reason, I vote no.
Commissioner Karas?
I want to thank Commissioners Weisbrod and Nori and associate myself with their comments. I think this is the most important thing we're going to do. I vote yes.
Commissioner Cordero?
I wasn't here last week, but I most definitely want to thank Commissioner Nori for bringing it back. And I most definitely vote yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
No.
Commissioner Gavin?
I too want to thank the comments that have been made earlier. I do believe in truth and honesty, but I'm going to keep my vote as no because it has to do with structure. Thank you.
Commissioner Green?
I want to echo and associate myself with Commissioner Camillo's comments. I appreciate reconsidering this motion, and I generally wish we would have been in a different place with some of the more fundamental power shift changes and what happens with CCRB recommendations. In absence of that, I don't think this does enough. So it feels more form over substance, but I generally support any efforts we are trying to pursue generally for more police accountability. My vote's no.
Commissioner Hirsch?
I'd like to explain my vote. I want to thank Commissioner Nori for raising this again tonight, and I particularly want to thank Commissioner Weisbrod for the honesty and integrity that you bring to all of the deliberations on this commission, but for the thoughtfulness with which you came to this conversation and this discussion and your willingness to reconsider. So thank you for that. And I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Iris Baez, the mother of Anthony Baez, and Hawa Ba, the mother of Mohammed Ba, who are here tonight and have sat through this excruciating meeting, because you are here to remind us that this is not an abstract issue we're discussing today. Our ability to trust the men and women whose job it is to ostensibly keep us safe is paramount for our democracy and the functioning of our society. And the argument that they should get the benefit of the doubt is deeply unjust, especially when juxtaposed with the reality that most black and brown boys in our city do not get the benefit of the doubt. Your children certainly did not. And I find this to be a very emotional issue, and I agree with Commissioner Karras that, you know, there are a lot of things that we can do on this commission, and there are a lot of ways in which I wish we could go farther. But at a minimum, to say that the oversight agency that has, the agency that has oversight over our police department is meant to ensure that the civilians in our city are kept safe, has the ability to investigate and pursue charges when an officer lies. That feels like a minimum standard that we can uphold, and I am proud and will be proud if our commission moves that forward today. So I proudly vote yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Commissioner Norrie?
Yes.
Commissioner Tisch?
Abstain.
Commissioner Vaca?
No.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
Yes.
Commissioner Albanese?
I would like to associate with the remarks of Commissioner Camille and Commissioner Green, and say that this is a structure issue, and I will vote no.
Chair Benjamin?
Aye.
Eight in the affirmative, 6 in the negative, 1 abstention. The motion carries.
And that is our agenda for today, unless anyone would like to add anything? Sal?
The amendment, I'd like to offer the amendment that we discussed on democracy vouchers, in anticipation of possible defeat. I put together an amendment that some of you have echoed that you really want to study this proposal, and I think that's valid, and I would like to offer the following amendment. Shall there be a commission on clean government established in 2020 charged with studying, debating, and educating the public on the implementation of a democracy voucher program as an improvement vehicle for the public financing of campaigns for city offices, and granting that commission be empowered, if it so determines, that the adoption of a democracy voucher program in New York City would have a beneficial impact on its electoral system, to place before the voters in the November 2020 general election a proposition creating a democracy voucher program in New York City. Now, basically, all I'm calling for is a commission to study this, to debate it, to educate the public, and if at the end of it they decide that it's a good thing, we would consider putting it on the ballot in 2020. So that's my amendment.
Discussion? Commissioner Fiala?
Seconded, if that.
Can you read it again, or, I mean, it was pretty much...
Shall there be a commission on clean government established in 2020 charged with studying, debating, and educating the public on the implementation of a democracy voucher program as an improvement vehicle for the public financing of campaigns for city offices, and granting that commission be empowered, if it so determines, that the adoption of a democracy voucher program in New York City would have a beneficial impact on its electoral system, to place before the voters in the November 2020 general election a proposition creating a democracy voucher program in New York City. So it would be a commission put together, maybe reflective of the ratio of commissioners that we have on this board, that would study, in-depth, debate it, and consider putting it on the ballot in 2020. I mean, I think, as I said, you know how passionate I am about this issue, and I have been involved in trying to get money out of politics since I started in government. I sued the Federal Election Commission in 1980 because I think over denying average citizens equal protection of the law. We lost that lawsuit, and I've been championing this stuff because I think it's the most important issue facing our democracy. How do we get big money out of politics? How do we have a true democracy? I understand the objections that people have tonight, but you all said that you want the opportunity to study it. So I'm asking that we ask the voters if a commission on clean government can study this issue. That's my proposal in general.
I hear your proposal, but I'm also told that a commission cannot recommend something, a commission established in that way cannot recommend something for a ballot proposal. Only a charter commission can recommend something for a ballot proposal. Allison and then Lindsay?
Sal, I'm wondering if you would be willing to support a suggestion instead of a proposal on the ballot to handle democracy vouchers the same way we're handling, the same way we're handling the strategic planning conversation and the borough president's conversation, and have it be included in a staff report that we're recommending there be investigation and study and looking into it and legislation potentially to enact a democracy voucher system.
I would accept that. Do we know for sure that a commission can't? Are we sure about that? There are a lot of gray areas. Now I'm talking to.
I'm not going to speak for the commission, Sal, but having drafted or worked on the law that set up this commission, my understanding is that state law sets forth the ways in which things can get put on a ballot, and I would be skeptical if we could change that.
That makes sense. Okay.
Would you like to change that then, that this would be?
Well, I think.
And I would commit to work with you to make that happen.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a lot of people who are willing to do that work. Are there other items that people wish to add? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
Are we voting on Sal's motion, or how's this?
No. He withdrew the motion.
Because it's a staff report now, not a...
It's you mean the staff report?
It's apparently a legal issue, which it probably has some credibility.
So then I have my motion that I have to bring back.
That's
Although
what I just asked.
I know what
Jimmy.
you do. I wanted a chance. I want to bring back that we not allow lobbyists to serve on the City Planning Commission.
Is there discussion? Is there additional discussion? If not, call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? No. Call the roll, please.
Commissioner Albanese?
Yes.
Commissioner Barrios Paoli?
No.
Commissioner Camillo?
No.
Commissioner Karas?
Jimmy, I could support some narrowed, more thought-out version of that, but...
About
It's not,
lobbyists?
let's make a deal. We have a...
Lobbyists who are 5'9"?
No, I'm not.
5'9"?
I'm saying, but I can't,
brown hair?
I can't, the way it's written, like I said, lobbyists include engineers, architects, the way the city laws are written, I have too many concerns about that. I wasn't bargaining.
No, Jimmy is trying to bargain with you.
Commissioner Cordero?
I'm going to vote yes.
Commissioner Fiala?
Explain. I, too, would like to, I agree with the sentiment of what you're trying to do, Commissioner. I'm just concerned that a not-for-profit executive, in essence, we would be potentially trapping some of these people, and that I don't think would, that's not what you're intending, I know, but because of Because the world runs by lawyers today, I think it's just too broad, even though I agree with you, no lobbyist should be serving on the City Planning Commission, or quite frankly, on any other, in my view. But to Jim Karas's point, this thing would have tentacles like an octopus, and I think we would wind up scooping up some really good people that just get scooped up because they happen to be in a position of, you know, some nonprofit executive or some other good works type of thing. But I agree. I want to associate my remarks with Commissioner Karas. I vote no.
Commissioner Gavin?
No.
Commissioner Green?
No.
Commissioner Hirsch?
No.
Commissioner Miller?
No.
Commissioner Norrie?
No.
Commissioner Tisch? Commissioner Vaca?
Yes.
Commissioner Weisbrod?
No.
Chair Benjamin?
No.
3 in the affirmative, 12 in the negative, motion fails.
Is there any other business? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. By unanimous consent, can I do that? I move we adjourn. Aye? Any opposed? This motion, this meeting is adjourned.
I assume, Madam Chair, we can keep our folders tonight.
No, we need them one more time.